Greetings. You have this met. Yes.
Yeah, it kind of does. It does sound like, wow. It's Diablo 2 wow. Instead it's row. Row. Meow. How's it going, Adam? Just getting things set up currently, so we're not, like, diving out into the world. We're going to also have an ad popping up in about 13 seconds. Give or take a few on your end, because stream delay. Brought to you by Nabisco or Subway. If I say enough of these brands, will they show an ad for that? Subway ads on Twitch have been very, very constant for me, so it's probably true on that one. I know, that's super dumb, but you never know. Because the computers are constantly listening. They really are. I just turned in the Gidbin. We do need to talk to Ashira. Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid 3. I still need to actually play through all of Metal Gear Solid 3, funnily enough. I have it. I played a little bit of it, just to make sure it works, but I didn't actually end up beating it. The only ones I've gone through and beaten are 1 and 2. Hey, Bells! Howdy doing? Reminds me, I need to upgrade the member tag things over on the YouTube side. I need to make the little icons for it. Slightly tempted to just make them the emojis from the server, though. The little heart, the sus chocobo, that kind of stuff. Also need to get recording done today, because I am behind on next week's videos. I don't even have the scripts for the shorts done. It sucks. Revolver Ocelot. Now, if only I could sound like David Hayter, then I'd be a millionaire. Oh, how are we looking on these? I could... Oh, it is just control left click to move 3. Oh, and they go to my inventory. Okay, so what is it to... Oh, it's control right click. Okay. I need to actually stop and read those. And yeah, I am upping them right now because we're waiting for the ads to end. But hopefully everyone's doing all right today. Hopefully things are going well for you. And we don't have to, like, worry about weirdness. Although I am the master of weirdness. And yes, I will probably be getting plenty of chippies later on because I have a crap ton in storage that I need to dip into this. Although I think I probably have more perfects, so the ones that I probably want to stop on are normals, Actually, it's probably on normals, because flawless I actually kept a ton of as well. Because you get a ton of those in frickin' whatchamacallit. Hell difficulty. I am the dumbs today, by the way. I was the dumbs yesterday too. So hopefully no one's too bothered by that. That said, yeah, flawed and regulars are probably the least common for me because I don't really farm a lot of places that drop those. And chips you can get from the... Let's go ahead and just keep dumping these until we get down to 5. But yeah, the chips you can get from normal runs just doing solo self-found. Yeah, you get to keep your cube here if you actually have a cube. And what you can do is you basically come up here and you press Control, Shift, and then right-click, and it'll put 3 in there, and you can just click and go. It really is kind of handy. So, absolutely recommend the stash tabs. The stash tabs are well done. The whole DLC is well done. I just don't agree with how it was like set up for distribution. I do think these should have been just like free for everybody, these tabs. And I think the Uber stuff and the new character and things like that should have just been expansion only. Especially considering they did drop in, like, they did drop in changes to the old resurrected version. So, but now that we are here, it is time for us to go and deal with the Flare Doom. And I'm gonna just... I'm on the fence as though which miasma attack I'm preferring right now. I do think that the bound spot needs to guaranteed launch a bit of miasma on it. Right now it seems like it's on the chain part only and not the very end there, so we end up with no miasma hitting them like half the time. So it makes it a little bit more frustrating to use. And what did I get the... What broke my chain there? I wonder if... Oh, it breaks whenever my minions cross it too? Wait. No, it doesn't break when she crosses it. It is very flimsy chain. I do think it needs to be a little bit more enduring. And it needs to go through shrines. Oh, it did. It went through the shrine that time. I don't know. But yeah, it definitely needs to be a stronger chain. And we are still on Players 8. Mainly because I don't feel like dealing with swapping constantly. And also we get way more XP for it. Makes life easier to just have those working for us. I'm going to scratch my eyes real quick. I am on a weird sleeping pattern. For those of you that are curious as to why I'm rubbing my eyes this time of morning. My sleeping pattern is what is known as completely fucked. Oh, it's bad. Hopefully your sleeping patterns are doing all right, though. Come after me. Haha. Gotcha. Yoink. And those, I don't remember if we can chain those guys, but we can chain the shamans from Act 1 and stuff. We can also get the ones from freaking Act 5. But by shamans, the flares. Okay, so there is a range limit on it, and it doesn't like being in certain places. I'm just wondering where it is. And the pulse, I'm still trying to figure out the pulse of the miasma drop on that as well. Because it does seem to like lag behind it every now and then if I am doing a lot of walking in circles and stuff. There are mechanics. Oh, hi. You wouldn't be able to speak like me. Let's go ahead and bonk that. And bonk that. Come on, I need that chained. Well, not that. I need less fallens. Oh. These days it's like hell, but hi Bell's answer. I've had days like that. There are, I mean, I will probably stumble over my words today as well, but it's one of those things where, for me, I am used. Oh wow, we really used up our healing potions. I did not realize that we had gone that low. But I do sometimes have to stop and think about what I'm saying to actually get out a proper bit of enunciation. One thing I've been trying to do lately is get the less ums and ahs and stuff like that, and then I will work on trying to get rid of the awkward pauses again, because I have been struggling with that lately. So I think everyone struggles with, especially whenever I'm first waking up, I really will just be like, I don't know what that word is. I'm going to make noises until I figure it out. Okay, so we have this going on. Hey, Affit, how goes it? Time to run away and treat this as a blaze. Oh, gut maim, hi. Ta-da! We succeeded. Thought it was lack of sun, but you've had 2 wonderful sunny days. Well, it's gone again. I struggle in sunny days. I swear I have, like, inner vampirism. Okay, so we have some healing there. I'm going to go ahead and just drink those. And let's do our stats real quick. What do we want? We want more life. And we want more miasma duration. I don't know. Plus 1.2 seconds to miasma duration. So these both have long miasmas. Let's see, is it actually 3.2 seconds? 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, then it should vanish. So this does endure. It's got a radius of 3 yards now. You're back to an almost normal work schedule. Your wallet is happy. Nice. Congrats. I am on the sleep schedule of a teenager, I think. Which kinda sucks. Okay, so we have those floating around. It does... I have a feeling these are going to get better as we get further in. Because we're going to have basically miasma fireball. Which I think... Actually, isn't fireball 3 radius as well? But, yeah, I've always had, like, weird sleeping schedules. Even whenever I was a teenager, like, my circadian rhythm was 25 hours. Now, right now, for some reason, my sleep pattern is 4 hours of sleep and then up for 8 to 12, then 4 hours of sleep. Up for, like, whatever. It's all over the place. So it's really hard for me to stay on a 24-hour schedule. Which sucks. I need to get back on, like, a normal sleep schedule. But that is unfortunately a near impossibility for me. Come on, mercenary, don't get killed. There we go. Ta-da! I think with the increased radius, we might have less problems with the anchored ones. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because if it anchors on an enemy and it's got a 3 radius, it might actually be more likely to touch them. But yeah, I need to get more sun as well. It's not even like a, oh, touch grass kind of situation. It is a vitamin D deficiency, probably. On my part. Let's see. Talk about Metal Gear Solid games. Think Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell making come out this year or 28. I don't know if they're going to remake the Splinter Cell or not. They might. Started a new Grim Dawn campaign. Forgot about how much of a glass cannon the Nightblade Oathbound combo is. I don't think I've played that combo. Oh, miasma can't just sit over that. We have to sit there and blast it. Aw, you jerk faces. Yeah, it's only on hits. It sucks. At least we have, like, our own little poison clouds, I guess. Aye. Okay, as far as the stairs. Oh, hi. Nyom. That is definitely a much better cloud there. I am torn on how I feel about miasma. I think it is actually a bad one to start with, but I think it's going to ramp up faster towards the end, especially as we start getting to 30. Because Abyss has an 8-yard radius already. And we only have level 6 on this, so that means that at 20 it should be, if it continues scaling at this rate. So 12 will be 4, 18 will be 5, and then 24 will be 6, which 24 is reasonable. It's fun, you do tons of fizz damage and you convert 100% into acid and poison and make your auto attack AoE. Ooh. Nice. Yeah. I need to get back into Grim Dawn, especially with the new class releasing. Hey, guy. Not welcome here. Hey, V, how's it going? Welcome to some Diablo streams, where we hit the bobs down low. Yeah, mostly just going through and getting used to this new class. The new Grim Dawn, they're not estimating to be out for a few years, so I'm not as quick to jump on it for that reason. Because I think they were saying like 2027 or 2028 or something like that at the earliest. It might even be further out, and I'm just misremembering and conflating it with another game in my head. I would have to have someone go look it up, or I would have to look it up next time we get a moment of downtime or an ad or something. I always forget where the thing spawns on this floor, because I only ever come in here whenever it is like, okay, we got to deal with the brain. And the reason I forget about it is because I don't has brain. Let's see. There's a new class coming for Grim Dawn. Yeah, there is. At least they were talking about a new expansion. I don't know for sure. Things don't exist until they're actually out. They can promise whatever they have. Like Grim Dawn, but you really need to push through because you keep getting distracted after a few hours. It's very much one of those games where I can see why some people just play it once, because it is not as procedural as, say, Diablo 2. It's more, we've got a fixed map, and there's sometimes some blocked paths on it. As far as the classes go and the items, I love the classes. The classes are awesome. The items, I like them at a conceptual level. I don't like having to farm for specific mods because the items have so many mods. It's like you're hunting for the perfect rare in Diablo 2 super frequently. I speaking of Can Has cheeseburgers, I might make burgers next week. Because that actually sounds good. So yes, I will be Can Hasing cheeseburgers. Probably make sliders instead. That way I don't overdo it, but I need to get back on my diet. I keep falling off that there wagon. I have gained back the weight I lost at the end of last year. Mainly because I've been eating like shit the past, like, months. My ultimate goal is to get back down to probably 180. But I want to do that slowly, in the hopes that I end up with less saggy skin. Because if I just drop to 180 over, like, a short term, first off, I would be having, like, blood sugar and hunger issues like crazy. That would be unhealthy. But if I'd also end up with a situation of a lot of excess skin, and I do YouTube, and I barely do enough to actually be sustainable at the moment in my current living situation. So there ain't no way I'm going to be able to afford, like, surgery to get rid of saggy skin. Plastic surgery is outside of my realm. Oh, I'm way over 200. I'm not the heaviest I've ever been, but I am a hefty boy. I am what I eat, and I eat a well-rounded diet. The heaviest I've been ever is like 330 or so. But I'm not that big right now. I hover at about 280, 290. My goal for this year would probably be, if I do the math from where I am at now, would be... I have to do the math in my head real quick. Because we're 2 months in, so that puts us at 8 weeks in. That means that we have 44 weeks left. So my goal would probably be, considering that I would need to have some slowdown weeks, my goal would probably be about 200. Lost a fair bit of fat over the years, but you got muscle, so the weight hasn't changed all that much. I need to work on that as well. I have compared myself to other people that are near my weight. We're talking like 280 to 300 and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure I still have some muscle weight, or I carry my weight differently. Why can I not move? There we go. Wasn't able to move for a second there. But yeah, I carry my weight about like some people that I know are like 250, 260. Yeah, getting muscle weight is a good way to actually build up your metabolism again as well. The real annoying thing is I was wanting to get a weight set that my sister had, but she just doesn't ever bring it. Because I had to give up my weight set one of the times when I moved. I kind of want to get back into that because that's easier for me to do consistently because I can just be like, I want to do X number of reps and just call it there. And it's easier for me to keep track of rather than, oh, my knees are hurting today, so I'm going to have to walk a little bit slower, so I might not make it X number of miles in the same amount of time. 20 years ago, you were so out of shape, it was pitiful, really. Now you're relatively healthy, but frankly have a long way to go. Let's see. You'd taken 3 kilos from your homemade apple tarts from the end of August to early January. Beginning to feel it in the tummy and the sides. See, I have... And I don't know if it's actually due to, like, certain other things with me or not. But I have been... In my life, I have a tendency to really just go all over the place weight-wise. And I know that's not healthy. I think it might also be because I do actually sometimes forget to eat. If I am hyper-focused on something for a very long time, and we're talking months, I can lose a ton of weight. And also, generally, I lose more weight whenever I live alone than whenever I live with other people. Because I will literally... It gets rid of the fidget urge for me for some reason. But for those of you wondering what I'm saying by fidget urge is, for some reason, I don't know why, it's just like a subconscious thing. I will just get up and like walk around just out of habit. That's not the bad part, but for some reason, when I'm not living alone, I feel the urge to actually, like, if I'm up and walking around, I have to be walking around to do something. I think it comes from the fact of where I've worked before, where if you're not going somewhere, you're going to get reprimanded, which kind of sucks, even if you're still working while on the move. Where you're going has to be for something kind of situation. And that's kind of been a thing in my life even before I was working too, where it's like, where are you going? What you doing? So I always feel compelled to have like an answer to that. So it's like, oh, I'm just getting a thing of water, or I'm just getting a snack. And then snack, whenever you're not thirsty, starts to become like the go-to answer. And then you just go and get snacks and eat them. It's a weird psychological thing, and I do not know the anchor to it. Even though I studied psychology, it is outside the scope of like what would cause this in my brain, because I don't really have a logical answer to it. So that throws me off a little bit. Everyone's got their quirks. Mine are just dumb. On the YouTube side this time, account being... Oh, you're at a conference. Hopefully the conference is going well. Welcome to the YouTube side. I don't know when them ads gonna play over there. They tell me sometimes, not all the time. But we're playing with my asthma today. I don't know if we'll get to the martial one today. Good question. You mean you do some things that don't really make sense, but do them because you've kind of gotten in the habit of them. And the thing that throws me off about it, because it's one of those things like, is this a habit or is it a compulsion whenever there's other people involved? Because I think it may very well be a compulsion. And no, I'm not OCD. I am neurotic, but that is an entirely different thing. So it's not like, oh, I feel like I'm going to have a panic attack if I don't do this, but yeah. It's very, I don't even know how to explain it, but yeah, the lowest weight I was at was when I lived alone years ago. And that is literally because I just didn't eat randomly. I would get like, oh, I have the shakes now. I should probably eat something. Because I would hyper focus in on making videos and be just like, oh. Job conference, minimal engineer work already done your rounds. Sweet. Well, hopefully it is a fruitful conference for you. As far as getting stuff squared away and back where you want them to be. I know how frustrating it can be whenever things just seem to be kind of just stumbling along. Brah. Speaking of which, I do need to spend more time on the, I hate to say it, the not gaming channels. Because I need to get them up and not necessarily self-supporting, but supporting more weight. Because gaming channels do be struggling lately. I may have to take the recommendation to do more of a game that really hasn't gotten any updates but would get views and has long duration views. Let's see, like blowing into mugs when you grab one out from the cupboard. I know where it came from. You mean like grabbed a mug out of the cupboard and it had a bunch of bird crap in it. Presumably had been out in the yard, but not one of the mugs used and just put away. So you started to blow into mugs and now you just do it because it's habit. That's, I mean, yeah, that would explain the source of it as well. I don't have the habit for the same reason. I just have the habit because it's also why, even though, like, whenever I'm living alone, I actually store glasses and stuff like that upside down. Just because I have had the thing where I just open it and there's dust in there. I haven't had bird crap in it, thankfully, but that wouldn't have surprised me whenever I lived out in the country, funnily enough, because cups were used for all kinds of things. Oh, birch crap. I misread that as bird crap then. Then yes. That would actually be similar, because, except in my case, it would be particle board crap. Which I don't know what tree that's from. It's from whatever's cheapest, I think. Bird crap would have been a bit much. Yeah, I was like, that's not going to just blow out. What is the full extent of that? We're going to need a large open stretch to actually see that. I'm going to keep investing in this. And it is still increasing. It's not really increasing this one. I kind of don't know why this one's not displaying the decimals. It is increasing, It's increasing with the time steps. Mana Shrine. How far in are they? Yeah, it's dissolving that far out. There we go. I see you there, you little bastard. I'm just trying not to die from the poison. We have a healing potion there. And I hate these, like, perma poisons that they sometimes drop on me. It's so freaking irritating. Healing potion, mana potion. Do we not have an... We don't even have an antidote in here. Great. Lovely game. Lovely. Let's see. Generally, you stored things upside down because that's how you do it to avoid dust gathering on the inside, but guess for some reason they were put the other way? Yeah. I need to do that with bowls as well.
Yes.
But yeah, we've got super poison. Lovely. Fucking hate super poisons. Stat-wise, we're gonna go vitality again. But yeah, just trying to think what other kind of like weird habits I have.
So, Lamb Essen discovered a way.
I'm sure I've got a ton of them, especially if somebody were to observe from the outside. Let's see. Magic Find versus some cold resist. I'll take the fire resist because we already have max cold resist. Because we're currently at... Didn't it used to actually show you your total when you hovered over? Did they get rid of that? It's whatever. I might be like mentally conflating it with another game. Bowls are a bit awkward, yeah. Especially if they're like... I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Fancy bowls. But let's go ahead and sell. This is... Oh, man. If that was... It theoretically could spawn with a bone spirit, I mean, instead of terror. That would not be a bad white one, though. We already have a better one, but that wouldn't be a bad one. How are we looking on... Yeah, we're doing fine on our own gold as well. Let's go back. Brass Bazaar time. Go into the sewers. Yay. Who loves the sewers? Not me. I absolutely actually hate the sewers in this one. Welcome to the sewer level, where you will be swearing. It's not going to be that way. We're going to go counterclockwise this time. We've done clockwise the past 2 times. Okay, so we got Revival Guy over there, unfortunately. Would have rather had Explodey Voice. I am getting like random bits where I cannot bloody move. It has changed the behavior to where if it is an invalid position, it just hard stops you where you're at. I don't remember that being a thing. I need healing potions because bloody poison. I mean, if they were very round at the bottom and hard to grasp upside down, then yeah, that'd be a real pain. Yeah. It might be something with my asthma. Because, yeah, we can still... Yeah, it's not even, like, consistent. It is, like, there is a small little bug with it. Instead of it trying to move close as you can, it does hard stop. Ta-da! I will identify you, and I'm going to go ahead and throw those down. Let's see, there's a greater healing potion. Thank you, game. Yeah, we're just going counterclockwise this time because we always go the same way. Grab you, that. We're going to do the identify on this. These are just going to be crafting jewels anyway, so it doesn't really matter. First, when you asked that, whenever you use that word, you're like, I didn't know you had asthma. I don't think I have asthma. I might have like mild, like asthma or something like that and just not realize it, but I don't think I do. Usually, if I have like any kind of trouble breathing, it is explainable by allergies, like the weird wheezing and stuff like that. Not by like proper asthmatic response, which is requiring inhaler. There's also the explanation of, oh, he fat. If I get winded doing something. Let's go ahead and grab the chippy emeralds. Do I need more healing potions? Yes. Pick up the healing potion. Thank you. I need to get the radius of this to be a lot better. Honestly, and this is gonna be kind of depressing for my international audiences. Honestly, if I had cancer, I probably just wouldn't even pay attention to it at this point. I know you're like, oh, you should fight it. I mean, if there's affordable treatments, I probably would. I live in the United States. I can't even afford the freaking insurance. My insurance would be like damn near $1,000 a month. So, yeah. Can't afford that shit. I suppose I could just go into like permanent medical debt. But yeah, that's one reason why if I could expatriate, I 100% would. I wouldn't mind living in a place that took more of my money for taxes. To guarantee that I wouldn't go bankrupt if I had a health issue crop up. This whole private healthcare system so we can ransom your life is bullshit. Especially considering that anymore, it's unless you are well-to-do already, you're not going to have a job that gives you a pension that offers healthcare either. Let's see. You had cancer for about 15 years and you didn't know about it? That doesn't surprise me. Cancer in general is pretty quiet until it's not. for a lot of people. That's why if you live somewhere where you can actually get proper medical screenings, do it. It's not even a matter of like knowing better or not knowing better. It's a matter of, can I afford better? In a lot of cases. Let's see. Anyway, depressing topics aside, Diablo 2. Oh, we got some poison resist there. I'm gonna go ahead and scooch these over. We'll make room for it. It's not great. It's not terrible. It is just extra resists. Drink the little one, put the big one there, drink that just to get it out of there, and we're done. Let's see. You had cancer for 1 year and it exploded fast? Yeah. It will. It is just cells dividing, and they divide very frequently in most parts of your body. So it's going to start spreading fast whenever it does finally start spreading. Your mother's cousin, Mona, in the U.S., lost her husband to cancer, then spent years clawing her way out of debt and poverty. Yep. If you don't have a type of medical coverage that will deal with it, that's pretty much what happens to most people in the U.S. If they or a loved one gets cancer, they'll just go into like massive debt, and that is all there is said about it. Unless you are already wealthy, you just don't get to afford to live. There are exceptions, like if you served in the military, I don't know about anymore, but if you served in the military years ago, you'd actually have that covered through VA benefits, but lucky for you, it was super weak like cancer. You have all your life and kill you at 90. Just keep an eye on it. Make sure it doesn't like metastasize. I can use words. Okay, Stygian Watcher, can you stop picking on her? Thank you. Just go ahead and pop all these, get ourselves some diamonds. Yeah, I think things can get dire pretty fast if you don't stay on top of them. And I wouldn't be surprised if I have diabetes or pre-diabetes. But that's also expensive. Go and grab those. And we'll grab that. We are good. Let's go back to town, and now we can actually do the rest of this god-awful act. Okay, so gems. We want to go ahead and just unload all that. I was clicking the wrong button, but this is fine. We want our crafty gems over there, because we can. Zoink, Scoobs! There. Oh, the doctor cut it out of you? Ah. See, my aunt, I think. Yeah, she would have been an aunt. Aunt-in-law, whatever you want to call it. Had blood cancer. And she lived several years with that. Most cheerful person you've ever met in your freaking life, though. Your first hospital stay, you were worried about costs. You live in Sweden, but you had no experience in hospital costs. When you got out, there was a bill about 3 days in hospital scans, tests, food, room, etc. I think it was about the equivalent of $50 at the time. My workplace injury, if it wasn't covered by workman's comp, this was for an x-ray on a crushed foot, no stay, no nothing like that. They gave me 3 pills that I just didn't take and a prescription. And they gave me an ankle brace instead of a foot brace because it was called, the hospital has a nickname, essentially Death Valley. it would have been... Trying to think about... About $4,000 if work hadn't covered it. For an x-ray and an ankle brace, essentially, and 3 pills. I didn't even have a ride to the hospital. My manager took me. Let's see. You had a minor cancer, but your friend who you no longer talk to nonstop joked about you getting the trial version of cancer and should not complain about it since he had worse things happen in the time. But yeah. It would have been several $1,000s. And that was ages ago. Actually, let's just do this. It's ridiculous. And the prices have just gotten more ridiculous. Okay, time to make our way into dealing with the council. Yeah, the U.S. is absolutely the wealthiest third world country in the world. Especially under current leadership. Get the miasmas going. There we go. Good job. That is a boss one. Let's grab... I'm going to start grabbing more healing potions because we're running out of mana far less. Now that I'm using chain more and I'm actually used to it. There. Not interested in like 90% of things in this area. I should probably drop it to players 1 while dealing with the council, just so I don't have to worry about them taking forever to kill with our kind of paltry magic, because we don't do a lot of damage. We do enough. This deals about 200 damage a second. It's just getting them to stay on it for more than a second. Technically, fun little tidbit on where I live. I live in a red state. I've looked up and like tried to apply for certain things before. I need to probably double check on them to see where I sit now, but let's see. I need to grab that and that. But yeah, I live in a certain location where you can actually earn too little to qualify for the state-funded stuff. Which I find to be, like, beyond fucking ridiculous. It's alright. No. That wasn't a trauma dump so much it was pertinent to the conversation. It's fine, have it. We're just setting up the fog cloud. Where did you... Why are you running off there, bud? Now, trauma dumping is... There is a difference, in my opinion. And there's also, like, have you been in the community for a while versus are you just showing up? You are part of the community. But, yeah, it's dumb that you can earn too little money to actually get financial aid. But, yeah, well, you hope you won't cancer, or if you do, it's one that's so minor it's not needed to be treated. Yeah. Did have a long stay in a hospital 9-10 years ago. You had an infection in your leg that was there for 3 weeks. 3 weeks of room, food, rest. You don't remember the exact amount, but it's between 120 and 150 bucks. Man. Jealous. I know someone who gave birth and it ended up costing them like over 30 grand in the US. That was for a C-section, but still. The range on this is kind of nice. Let's go ahead and back off, mercenary. Back off. Yeah, it's bonkers. They think 1% of rich people have more money over the... Trump knows about as much about the economy as a freaking toddler knows about quantum mechanics. So we're not even going to dip too far into that one. You should come to Canada. If you become a citizen, the only thing you will need to pay for is your healthcare, is the ambulance ride. Trump's thinking isn't even old thinking. He doesn't know economics. Period. He is a spoiled brat who daddy handed him everything. And he's bullied his way to more money. He hasn't actually understood anything. The dude can barely read. Honestly, if I could qualify for Canadian citizenship, I totally would. Like, seriously, get me big enough so that I could be like, approach something like Linus Tech Tips or something, even though I'm kind of lukewarm on them at the best of times, but just apply to them and say, hey, guess what? Would you like to hire me to run my channels and you get a % cut? Just so I can come to Canada on a work visa? I would totally consider that. How can you bankrupt a casino? Yeah, exactly. Unless you're trying to get tax breaks. But yeah, it's just dumb. But yeah, I'd have to find some way to get like a work visa or something like that, or marry someone from Canada. I do not have a Canadian girlfriend, unfortunately. If anyone from Canada wants to adopt me, that's awesome. To make dumb jokes. I don't know why I feel compelled to use up all my portal scrolls. Just because I can.
Good evening.
Let's sell you. And we'll go put our tier up. Yeah, there's all kinds of ridiculousness. Just all over the world, too. It's not even... Oh, I just noticed. Ah. If memory serves... Oh, no, they... Okay, never mind. I see what they did. It's fine. Honestly, if things reach a certain point here in the US, I might be going there, just be like, I need asylum. If things get to a certain point of, like, political persecution here. This place is not safe for anyone who has been openly progressive, but not quite to the point where they are hunting us yet.
I am overburdened.
There's a flawed topaz. Oh, we're still on players 8. I forgot to put it down to players 1, didn't I? Yup. We're fine. If things get to a certain point in the US, it'll attack you. Well, I would gladly join Canada's military to fight against the U.S. if they tried to do that. I mean, I'm old and a bit out of shape, but I know how to shoot a gun and I know how to shoot it straight. We're starting to think that maybe the American loyalists had the right idea. Yeah, it's... oh, jeez. Ow. I think my mercenary is gonna die. That's my last healing potion as well. There you go. Nope, I didn't mean to drop you on the ground. There you go. You live in a blue city? Well, that's... I live... Technically, I live in a red city, but... close enough to a blue city that I'd be hit by current policies. Ah, Lord. But... and it would be a hell of a path to get up to the border. I might actually be quicker getting to freaking Mexico. But... yeah. Things do be sketch. Okay, so we need more healing potions, without a doubt. Because we're a little bit on the squishy side. We have an ad break right now. Honestly, more than anything, you're worried about your relatives over here. You have plenty of them on both coasts and a fair bit in between as well. Ouch. Thankfully, I don't know about your current residents. You might be able to get them, if not citizenship, at least residence in other countries because they're they're relatives. Honestly, if I had gotten the paperwork that my dad started filling out but didn't finish before he passed, I would be able to go to Ireland, which would 100% been where I'd be at right now if that had been completed. Because I would have been grandfather claused. Find the idea of a city being blue or red strange. Should people instead vote for what represents their personal ideal instead of what party is popular in town? I agree that people should vote on policy, not on party. But the U.S. is very much into that my team versus your team bullshit, which is stupid. And right now, it's literally, do you want to support fascism or do you want to support a conservative party? There is no progressive or liberal party in the U.S. right now that is large enough to challenge them at a federal level. And a lot of these people voting for like third party stuff don't realize how to shift it so that those third parties can actually become prominent enough to compete against parties like the Republicans and the Democrats, which are both conservative parties. You have to start local and you have to build it up to where a single state can flip to that before you can start even thinking about, oh, my write-in vote will get them. No, you're just not voting, basically, at that point. Until you have a state flipped to that, you're basically not voting by voting third party at the upper levels, at least until we can get rid of first past the post voting. First past the post is winner takes all kind of situation. Welcome back to the non-ads. They still have about 30 seconds for some other people, though. So we have Abyss now, which is going to go in on F3. This is going to go in on F1. I want to see how big this is. Interesting. Not terrible on the mana. With our new setup, I might not do Miasma Bolt very much. We'll see. Go maybe like that. But yeah, and honestly, most of these quote-unquote blue or quote-unquote red states or cities is a situation of like 60% versus 40% or 56 versus 54. That's why a lot of them are referred to as purple these days. But let's see. Boston, San Francisco, New York City, North Dakota. I think we still have some left in Nevada. We probably have others dispersed in other places as well. You have some who lived in San Francisco that moved to Vancouver and are very happy about it. So they got to Canada thing a lot earlier. I would not mind going to Canada. Like I said, if war broke out between the US and Canada, I 100% would probably white flag up and be like, hey, Canada, come get me. I will join you. Even if you send me to one of your prisons, I'd rather be there than here. Kind of situation. Oh, this is interesting. So it sucks in the little guys pretty easily. The big guys, not so much. I can only have one of those out at a time. I wonder, how does it work with a chain? Like, can I use it to drag enemies through nonsense? That's pretty nice spell. We're on player's 8. That's doing good. Do I think the U.S. is close to civil war? No. This is going to be a very pessimistic view, but I don't think civil war would break out these days. I think it would just be... It would likely be someone declaring martial law and then resistance pockets forming. I don't think it would be a proper civil war where it's like, this state has seceded and is fighting against yada yada yada. It would be someone is imposing an overarching assault on the other group, and that group is going to have to switch to like guerrilla tactics kind of situation, not... And I'm not endorsing that. Just to make it very, very clear for any of the people who are, like, rage watching. But... so we can have some context here. This does not do as much damage as the other ones, does it? No, it really doesn't. It has more variable damage. I liked Red Dawn as just a hokey action movie. I expected there to be a spawn over here. Darn. Got him. Ow, he got a butt head off. You jerk face. Okay, so there's still another council member there. That cannot spawn there. Interesting. That guy's AI broke. That would be probably why. Ta-da! Let's see. Original. I haven't seen the remake. Last time I watched it, that's how I felt about it. Admittedly, it has been over a decade since I watched it last. And it was on TV, not on, like, DVD or anything, so I don't know if it was cut. Let's go ahead and... Oh, come on. Wow. I'm having more gripes about this skill the more I use it. Mercenary, can you not? It's having the fissure issue. Guess it's kind of hokey, but it's pretty damn rough. The remake is a lot less grim. Let's go ahead and we got an antidote potion there. Not going to help us at all. And we're going to go ahead and dump healing down there. Those in there. Now to fight Mephisto. I'll have to check out the remake. If it's actually pretty good. I am behind on a lot of movie watching, by the way. So, apologies. Sincerest apologies. Okay, so we got you. Hi, buddy.
My brothers have escaped you.
Let's chain him. And we'll come across here. Come here, Mephisto. Get chained, Mephisto. Who needs to try?
Conquering you physically would destroy hatred in all its forms. I am overburdened.
Let's see. Be careful, he will make you sell your marriage to MJ. Who? Mary Jane? Michael Jordan? Michael Jackson? Okay, so we need to dump that in there. This needs to go in there so we can identify it later. I'll go crown, because that's more likely to actually be semi-useful for us. I think we're going to do this number as well. I think out of the two of these, we don't have the stats to actually equip either one of them, unfortunately, so I'm just going to be down here. Spider-Man joke. Ah. It's a Mary Jane. Let's see. Identify my crap, old man. None of that is terribly great.
What do you need?
That's going to get sold. Those are all going to go in our stash. I should play some Spider-Man games. Do I really want to stick with an Act 1 mercenary? Do I finally want to switch over to an Act 2? Where are you going? Stay a while and listen, you little turd. Never. I never listen to Kane, if able. Anytime you make me reference Kane. That's where the joke is gonna go. Okay. So, yeah, we're just kind of just going back up on count here. I think I will switch.
Impossible.
I'll put that to good
How does
use.
that? Oh, because it's sitting in the middle. Don't worry about it. Let's go get ourselves an Act 2 mercenary. Which one do we want? The original Diablo is 30 years old this year. Yeah? Yeah? Well, yes and no. Are we counting it from when it actually released or whenever it was released? Because there were a few places in the US that released it December before its original release. So it's technically only a month. Well, actually, it's only a few weeks. But as far as calendar year, it would be 1 year earlier. If that's not dumb and a half. A Realm Reborn kind of situation. No. Not quite that bad. Stretching my arm real quick. There we go. Out of these, we are going to go with Emilio. Prayer is probably the most useful here.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to
Let's see if we have anything good for him. Oh, so I was off by getting different release dates, but it seems the official's January 1997 and not December 30. I had my 1 year off then. For some reason, I was thinking it was 95 and 96. But yeah, there were a bunch of stores that put it on the shelves before the street date. It's just one of those little dumb random facts I know. It's, like I said, dumb. But I know I have you in here. There you are. Gosh, we found it, Scoobs. Okay. So mercenary, you got that.
that to good use.
Really don't have a better armor choice for him. That's still pretty solid armor. Okay. Do we want to give him a resist helmet, perhaps? Yeah, we'll give him that. A little bit more poison resist, although he's already max resists.
Put that to good use.
Damage reduced by 3 might actually be a little bit better.
Thank all.
Plus 4 life is not worth it. Yeah, it happens. You remember pre-ordering the DVD for Return of the King and it came to you a day before the official release? Amazon does that a lot. I don't know about other companies, but Amazon in particular was really bad about that for quite a while. Especially with video games. Okay, Emilio, do not disappoint me. He's gonna disappoint me. Okay, so I think we have everything squared away. We've got decent resists.
What do you need?
So we need to fill up that. And those. Double check if there's a better dagger. There's not. I don't remember who you ordered it from, but there's a good chance it was a shop that no longer exists. Sued into the ground. But yeah, that's... It just happens. There's also things where, like, oh, they ship it out with the expectation it's going to take 3 days to get delivered, and it gets delivered in 2. That kind of stuff. And then there's the opposite situation where they go to ship something out overnight and it takes 3 weeks because it gets lost. Let's see. Womp. I think I am preferring Chains over Abyss for right now. It's probably going to change as we get further in, but... You ordered a lot of movies back then from a place called Disc Shop, and they were bought a few years ago by another company who shut them down and probably took over their inventory. That happens a lot as well, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and anchor to those guys so we don't have to worry about them. Nyong. Nice. Yeah, Amazon actually does that a lot, where they'll buy a bunch of these small companies and either take over their inventory or take over their contracts and then just immediately shut down the actual company. Or they'll treat it as a shell that has trust until people start realizing, oh, this is just Amazon in another skin. Come at me, bros. Okay, do I need anything from them? Not yet. I heard a gem drop. Where did it drop? There it is. I see the flawed diamond. Yoink. I really should turn on filters one of these days. And just start cutting off lower potions as we start getting higher ones regularly. You just came from the Cole LLC videos? I'm glad you're enjoying them. I might do another Cole LLC run in the near future. I just need to find time, because currently there's thousands of demos to cover for other games. But there is, oddly enough, a demo that hit my inbox today that is very Cole LLC inspired, but with more stuff to do. So I might check that one out first. I have about like 5 games I need to get through today, and I'm probably only going to get through 2 or 3. If that tells you anything. There's a lot of the games that I've been covering take an hour or 2 to cover each. So let's see. There was something I was going to do, and I completely forgot what. Brain just farted. It's a shame. We'll continue on. Okay, so I think down might be the way, that or we just have a random little corner spawn there. Yeah, I try to record most of the stuff for the week during either the weekend or during my no stream days of Monday and Tuesday. I do have to get a few done today, and I also have to write the scripts for the shorts on the other channel and all that fun stuff. I am still working on review scripts as well. I'm just not happy with how they're turning out, so I'll have to do those in their own time. That, and I have been getting a lot more junk email that I have to sort through as well. But that's also, Next Fest is going to cause that too. You just have to kind of sift through it the best you can. Great, we got gloams. Oh, it's always the fecking gloams. No, we're not doing the gloam trick. Because I cannot be arsed to stand here and let it happen for however long. Until we get the formation. That said, this spell might actually be good for gloams. Because they are kind of squishy and can just get sucked in and immediately zapped by that. That might be the anti-gloam answer. And it's not bad. Have I tried Binding of Isaac? Yes. It's a fun game. I haven't played it in ages, so I'd be absolutely awful at it. But it is a fun game. Can I cast it over there? Yes, I can. I did not get you with it because it doesn't want to grab you. Oh, I'm out of mana. Nope. That is a downside of Abyss. It is kind of expensive. Yeah, I never, like, fully beat Binding of Isaac, though. Think I got... Trying to remember how far I got into it. I beat Mom, I know that. And I think I got to, like... For some reason, I'm remembering some kind of, like, Heaven and Hell path. You downloaded it on your phone. Well, let's just say your phone couldn't handle the wet floors. It was lagging a lot. Ah, I have not tried it on a phone. I didn't even know it was ported to phones. I'm not even sure how that would work on phones. I'm trying to think about that. Unless you just had like an on-screen keyboard. Well, not keyboard, controller, technically. Because you would basically need to twin stick it. To truly beat Binding of Isaac, you need to do a lot of crazy counterintuitive stuff. Yeah. I've seen some of the wild runs people can get on. And then there's like all the unlocks to do. I would consider beating it just getting everything unlocked. Because you generally have to beat all the bosses multiple times to get the unlocks done. There was an emulator. Oh yeah, because it would. I think it is on consoles, isn't it? That would make sense then. I know that we have an Iswal nearby. There he is. Let's stack up all the clouds. Because he's going to take forever to kill because I didn't take it off of player's 8. Come on, Izzy. He is so spongy whenever you forget to take it off of player's 8. Jeez. Especially since we don't have any kind of like crushing blow or anything like that to reliably use. I suppose we could actually just bring in one of the goatmen for it, but Okay, do we go another level here? Or do we go more levels here? I think I'm going to go more levels here. I want these two spells. These are just more fun for me. Stat-wise, I will go with Vitalita. Vitalita!
Doomed is one. I doubt it. You are pathetic.
He is very enthusiastic about calling things pathetic. Okay. So we can only get 1 point in that because that's the max level we can have on that right now. Let's go. Do we want more damage on this? Or do we want to have the kind of like, oh crap, we need to punch it in the nose kind of thing? The original version of this game is from 2001, I think. I mean, they were having betas as early as 99, but anyway, this game itself is like 25 years old. Yeah, it came out in 2001. And then you had the remastered version released 6 years ago. (2001) for LOD, yeah. Is it? I need to go double check. I'm old and my memory is shit. So. When did Diablo 2 release? 2000, yeah. I was right. Yeah, it's middle of 2000. They had beta tests in 1999. Thought my memory was not lying to me, but we are correct. I am old and my memory be shit. Okay, so we're not going to do demons yet. We're not going to do the rest of that stuff. I am going to be sticking with just these spells. This goes up by 1 per. It gets expensive fast, so we are going to stick with these two for a while. Let's go with more of the miasma chains.
Hello.
Or miasma. Okay, get those in. That can get put into the shared stash for those. This doesn't really give us anything we want, but it could be useful on the martial one. Although it is level 12 rec, that's still better than what we got. Shadow Disciplines goes away. Game's older than you. The game series started in 96 with Diablo 1. I am ancient. I have been here since the age of dirt. To put it in perspective, I am so old that I'm trying to think of a good way to explain it. I owned a regular Nintendo when it was still getting games. Same for Atari 2600. Of course, that's gotten games more recent than I care to mention, because there's a lot of fan games that get released for that too. So that's kind of a cheat code one there, I guess. I'm ancient. I knew dirt when it was still in diapers. I just enjoy video games because I've always enjoyed making and playing games. So. Admittedly, most of the games I've made have been things like TTRPGs and card games. Not video games. I think the only thing that I would claim that I made as far as video games would be a MUD I made for playing on IRC. And if you're old enough to know what IRC is, congratulations. I play roguelikes, never made one. Although I suppose I guess a roguelite would just basically be making a one-shot. One of these days, I should go glass panel hunting in this. Just for the footage. I need to be careful with my mana, though. Let's just go ahead and chunk these guys down. Okay, do I need to be super careful right now? Not... I need to be careful with my mana is about the only thing I need to actually be concerned about here. Go ahead and get rid of you. Throw some chains on them. Yeah, I just need to be making sure to get my chains out quickly whenever we encounter a pack. That way I don't have just like super short chains just sitting next to me doing nothing. Yeah, I play roguelite and stuff like that, but no, TTRPGs and TCG kind of games are pretty much what I had the patience to make back in the day, because game development was not nearly as accessible whenever I was of them their learning ages. There were still games being like developed in assembly back then. There's still games being made in assembly today, but they are the exception, not the rule. Today it's what my profession. That is a convoluted subject. Technically, I worked retail. But I studied software engineering, had a minor in psychology, and also did business entrepreneurship in university. You will probably always be surprised at the education and knowledge of some people who work what are considered the low jobs in society. I hate to refer to them as that, but that's how they're treated by most of society. Nowadays, I am technically a full-time content creator. I do not make gross amounts of money, so I do still need advertisements and stuff like that. Honestly, if I was making enough from memberships and all that kind of stuff to just like sustain myself, I would probably turn off ads on pretty much all the platforms I'm on. But I do not. So thus ads remain, unfortunately. I make a lot of the tools that I use to stream, except for, I mean, I don't make OBS, but I make things like my bot and stuff. Thank you for the lurk, by the way, V. I will do third-party tools whenever there is something someone else has made that is better than what I could make, which is quite a few things. I don't use Gen AI because I find it reprehensible, and frankly, the technology is dumb as fuck. If you know how it works, you realize why I say that. If you don't know how it works, you think I'm being, oh, just never AI kind of person. No. There is, like, potential tech there. Where it's at right now is not it. Right now, it's just inverted DNNs. Which is just dumb as shit. And it doesn't have any kind of, like, working memory or knowledge, so people who act like AI knows anything are just get an eye roll from me. It is pattern recognition software turned on its head. So instead of recognizing a pattern, it looks for a pattern and then generates something based on the input. That's one reason why a lot of the models that get distributed actually just use they re-import the entire past chat log, essentially, to figure out what they should be responding with next. It is the dumbest crap ever. It doesn't draw a nose, it draws what is commonly associated with its large language model to be a nose. We do not have true AI. I also find, like, the amount of people who are like, oh, it lied to defend itself. No, it really didn't. It just looked for the pattern and responded in a manner that would make sense to that pattern. It doesn't have cognizance. It's just dumb. It is literally dumb. It's just kind of one of those weird things. Yes, I will go on rants about it, but I'm trying not to do it as much these days, just because, you know, kicking a dead horse is only so much. But anything I can do to expedite the bubble bursting before it becomes even more catastrophic would be a good thing. Right now, the bubble is huge, but if it popped tomorrow and everything went away, it would be only minorly catastrophic. The horse is not dead yet. The horse was never living to begin with. People have just decided to weekend at Bernie's that shit. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Fake news. They call AI to make money for them. There are people making money. The thing that before I say the bubble's gonna burst, what you want to be watching out for are these big investment. Actually, it's before even the big investment firms start shorting stuff and selling stuff. You want to look for people trickling out stock. I'm not talking selling their entire portfolio. I'm talking you want to watch for people selling like, oh, I'm selling like 5%, 10% on a semi-consistent pattern, because that's going to happen a year or two before the bubble just completely goes into freaking nuclear meltdown. People will lose jobs. The economy, like the stock market, is going to tank when it happens. We're going to see it. I have a gut feeling it's going to happen. If you're in the US, it's going to happen under a blue government, which means that they're going to catch the flack for all these kind of crappy investments by tech bros who, if you're curious, are mostly alt-right. It's just kind of how it goes. It is unfortunate reality. Same reason like oil and gas prices go wonky whenever it's not a Republican in office. I'm gonna kill these guys, then I will read your AI question real quick. Go ahead and just nuke these, because I don't want to just get killed while I'm reading real quick. There we go. That should be all the enemies nearby. Sometimes AI tries to be human-like. Is that the right word? That would be close to phrasing it right. Anyways, AI tries to be human-like. They try way too much, like weirdly much. That, okay. The way AI works, it is pattern recognition within a fence. So think of it as just a big, just jug that you'd put liquid into. Let's see. You're happy that me and Riss dual stream as Twitch seems to be breaking on you? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Twitch, it looks like it's working okay right now for me, but if your node is going down, it's going to be causing problems. And yeah, Twitch has those a lot. So does YouTube, don't get me wrong. You just don't notice as much because for some reason they do better at failovers. Failovers. I forget what it's called. It's one of those. But AI isn't trying to be human-like so much as they are putting the fences on it to say, well, whenever you encounter this pattern, favor this path kind of situation. Your chat module keeps breaking every 2 to 3 days. Well, that happens a lot as well because it's through IRC. If the IRC server is borking up, that's going to cause all kinds of nonsense. The fail for that, I don't think is going to be very strong. I haven't really kept up to date on IRC tech, so maybe they have actually developed answers for that, but if a server goes down, it's just like, nope, I'm gonna go crap myself kind of situation. But yeah, as far as the fencing goes, it's like favor this, favor that. That's one reason why you see things like Grok and the Mecha Hitler stuff going on. Because they fenced it into that path to where it favors a certain group of opinions in its like weighting algorithm. It's not as black box as the tech bros would like you to believe. It is still very much black box, but it's translucent black box. You can steer that crap. If you want to see really kind of more in the realm of what is a black box algorithm, you'd want to look at YouTube. That also uses DNNs, but as they were intended to be done, although I think they might actually be shifting that around a little bit, which is kind of dumb of them. DNNs did it better. But anyway. The only reason they pretend to be human is because they are told to. Same reason they pretend to be sycophantic. And I know this is falsely attributing human elements to a non-human entity. Because they do not have the cognizance to actually even be remotely like animalistic even. They would have to have knowledge to do that, and LLMs do not have knowledge. They have patterns. It's also sycophantic. It will agree with you as much as possible, so it wants to fulfill whatever you request of it without any further effort or thought. It doesn't think, period. It's just a decision tree based on weighted patterns. Good uses of Gen AI were actually just good uses of deep neural networks. Because you'd have things such as, I'm trying to think of like a really good example, things like diagnosing cancer from a smudge on an X-ray is things that deep neural networks were really good at, because they would look at the patterns and be like, oh, these X-rays that just happen to have this like one-off pixel here often had turned into cancer within the next X number of years. Ta-da! All of a sudden, DNNs are better at early detection, mainly because they say, hey, doc, go look at this, check it out. And then the doc would go, okay, it put up a little flag and said, hey, this might be something. I should check that out. And when they go check it out, they find out it's cancerous, and they're able to treat it earlier. Sometimes they would find ones that would put up that flag, you'd go test it, guess what? Not cancer, just a bruise. Kind of thing. And there are a lot of people misattributing Gen AI to those kind of things. Gen AI is not doing those things. It's not raising up flags. It is people literally trying to misuse it to get answers that it doesn't know, because it can't know anything. It's just like, oh, people asked these words in this order, and this answer was the most common one. That's why you have like glue on pizza recommendations. I know that's an old one, but you get what I get. It's a lot easier. Let's see. It's a lot easier to get your personal and private information by having something pose as an empathetic, sympathetic ear. Yes. And if you think they are not logging your conversations with their Gen AI, especially the like text-based ones and image generation ones, and tracking whether you download those images or whether you go and request another image, you are a moron. Because they 100% are. There is no way they're just like, oh, Here's potential training data. We've already gathered all this other training data unethically. Why should we stop now? They are absolutely 100% recording whether you download the image that was generated, whether you screenshot the image that was generated, whether you are, what prompts you're putting in, all that stuff is being logged and being used. It may not be in plain text anywhere, but it is being used as training data. Deep neural networks you're okay with, GenSlop can be nuked into the ground. Exactly. That's my stance on it as well. Deep neural networks have actual positive uses. Period. Hands down. They do. There may be some questionable uses for them, which there absolutely are. There may be some useless uses of them as well, that are just kind of pointless and just waste resources. That's true too. But overall, they're a net positive. Gen AI does not have a net positive. The only even remotely positive thing is actually a neutral, and that is frame gen stuff for like NVIDIA cards and for AMD cards. Those are neutral. They are basically extending rollouts of tech and stuff like that. And also, theoretically, they could keep the prices down on cards. They're not, but they could, theoretically. But mainly because everything else is going to shit with it. But it's one of those things where it could have been beneficial, maybe. Then you have all the negatives. You have deep fakes. You have theft of biometrics. You have copyright infringement. Yes, copyright infringement. It's not even just like, oh, they use the training data and they should pay people. 100% should. If you can't pay the people who you sourced your materials from, you have to pay the loggers if you want to use the wood kind of situation. And you have to have permission from them to take said fucking wood. You should have to pay the artists. And they're not. They're never going to. There is no holding out hope that they're going to have to. There might be a large settlement, but the most I'm hoping for nowadays is forced disclosure of Gen AI usage or faceifying. That is what I'm hoping for. That is my... This is reasonable to legislate point. Gen AI is here to stay. Make non-disclosure a finable offense. Make deepfakes a criminal offense. It's not hard to track down who's doing it, as long as these platforms are tracking user data. Which, if they stop tracking user data, guess what they lose? A lot of their potential profits. So what'll probably end up happening is you'll have government-funded deepfakes not reporting it, which is unfortunate, but a reality that's already out in the world. I am on a rant, I'm sorry. And then you'll have corporates at least disclosing their deepfakes. There's already legislation to protect the use of people's faces in a lot of places, thankfully. So that at least can be used to an extent. Like, I didn't agree to this use of my likeness. Take it down and get wrecked, bitch. Is an actual situation in some locations, thankfully. We'd rather see the data center and technology just burn to the ground. Yeah. There is no reason for them to be going as hard as they are on building up data centers, by the way. It very much seems a competition to see who's going to be the last one holding the bag. which I have a gut feeling. I got a feeling, ooh, that it's going to be the consumer. Just like, guess who's holding the bag with all the tariffs? The consumer. Because guess what? If all of these companies sue the US government for unjust tariffs, take a wild guess who's going to be getting that money. The companies that already upped their prices to compensate for the tariffs. So they're going to get the tariffs back. Do you think they're going to refund their customers or lower their prices? Yeah. They're not. There might be a few outliers that do. There might be small companies that do. I guarantee you, if Amazon gets a big windfall from importing a bunch of stuff from overseas and having to pay the tariffs, and then they get all of that money back, you're not going to get money from Amazon. You're not going to get money from Walmart. They're just going to take it and they're going to reinvest in like stock buybacks or in bonuses for their corporate suite, their executive suite, sorry. All that stuff. Customers just going to be left holding their ass. Okay. Rant aside, time to kill some enemies. I misplaced that horribly. We're going to be exceptionally high level on this character because I keep not taking it off of player's 8. I wouldn't want to eat the rich. Time to tax the rich. The rich are going to taste like shit because like 90% of them are on fucking drugs. Think they're not doing cocaine off of freaking mirrors and golden toilets? They absolutely are. It's just that, you know, crimes like that, you only tend to get in trouble for if you're poor. But anyway, I've ranted a bit too politically for now, so I'm going to go ahead and stop it for a bit. Because I do not want my stream flagged for being political. Even though I very much am, personally. And I kind of explained it kind of recently to somebody that the reason I don't generally do political stuff on like my private server and stuff like that, on my Discord server and things like that, is because I'm tired of having to discuss it. But when it comes to public statements and discussing it in public, just like with guides and questions on how to do things and stuff like that, it is always better to do it in the public so everyone can benefit and understand what's going on. If it's behind a closed door or behind a paywall or behind any of that kind of stuff, then it's not going to benefit anybody that isn't already invested in it being there. Yeah, it's hard not to talk about politics given current situations, yes. Ta-da! And players won. We strong. But yeah, that's one reason why I'm more vocal about it on like Blue Sky and stuff like that, so that the discussion can actually happen outside of the echo chamber, because I don't need to convince most of my community that a lot of this shit is bad. Most of you already agree with what I'm saying. It doesn't need to be reinforced in private. It needs to be discussed and brought to the light in public. It's not going to enact any change just being like, yes, we agree. Yes, we agree. Yes, we agree. It's just going to make me more exhausted. Where did you spawn at? Ta-da! Okay, we'll grab that. We'll grab some healing. Now to get up to Mephister. Not Mephister, Diablo. Jesus. Not even death can save you from me. I mean, I can chain you. Wow, your bone prison does not last long versus this there, bud. He's mad that I'm staying at a distance, and then he tries to bone prison me, immediately destroyed. Oh, mercenary, why? Why did you... Mercenary, don't block my attacks, please. Thank you. Mercenary sitting there being like, haha, you're trying to shoot him? I'm gonna stand the fuck in your way. No. Bad mercenary. Okay, let's get ourselves a brandy stock. Because that might be better for mercenary. Gothic plate might be better for mercenary, and the other two can just go away. Mephisto Diablos.
I knew there was...
Endura Mestibala Diablo? I don't know. Diabale? I don't know. Brain not there. Brain at 10%. So that is Act 4 done. I got energy for another act. Probably should have waited to sell that in the next act, but don't care. That is Mana Steel. No, I saw it was off color and I was hoping it was Life Steal. It's not. And also, shilling corporate interests. If you want to get past ads on the Twitch side, Prime subs and Tier 1 subs are the best way. Don't bother with Tier 2 or 3. I am not doing the Partner Plus pushes. Thank you.
What do you need?
Tier 2s and Tier 3s are good for pushing for that, but I do not feel like pushing for such things as these. I'd rather not have to run ads at all, but I do. On YouTube, I sadly do not have an answer for that because they do not let me turn off ads for members. Speak to your YouTube representative if you would like to change this. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a YouTube representative because it is not a government. I'm Mala. I'm here to talk to you.
This battle plays mind tricks on our warrior.
It plays mind tricks on him? Does it really? Does it really, really? I mean, war in general plays mind tricks on you, so meh. I'm still debating what kind of build I want to be doing for the martial one. Do I want to mess with Echo Strike, which is, I think, faster cast rate? I think Cleave might be as well. But I'm not sure. I would actually have to test that. It actually says attack speed. I don't know. Then we, of course, would want Psychic Ward. Mirrored Blades seems interesting. I'm curious as to how fast that mirrored weapons created scales. I haven't been looking this stuff up because I don't want to spoil it for myself. And there is, of course, Blade Warp with the casting delay of 0.8 seconds. I do wonder if this actually applies whenever you cast, whenever you kill things with magic. I think it will because of how it's worded. But the way it's worded feels like you've got to hit the enemy with it and then kill them. So it's kind of like a hybrid, like if you were running Marshall with, say, Abyss or something. Which just feels weird. Speaking of ads, it actually warned me this time. You guys are going to get an ad on the YouTube side in about 30 seconds. Don't worry, you're not going to miss any story. Because we're skipping the story because we played this game way too much. Trying to blend the 3 primevals together. Let's see. I'm thinking it would probably be best to start with a B for Bale. And then it would be like Becky. Oh yeah, we need to put it back up to players 8. Just so things are challenging-ish. Did they not spawn before we switched it? I guess not. Yeah, okay. I'll take the player's 8 XP from Act 5. Yeah, it's hard to blend them all together in a way that makes sense. I was trying to blend all 5 Act bosses together, which I think might be an impossibility without it just sounding completely ridiculous. Come on, kill them off. Those guys have so much life on players 8 compared to like players 1 because it's multiplicative. So not enough mana. Well, ass. Well, we're back down to players 1 now. So they're gonna die in 2 ticks or 1 hit from that. Ta-da! Oh yeah, we don't have cannot be frozen. Oopsies. We'll still get a decent amount of XP from this just for the sheer nature of this is Act 5 and its XP is completely out of whack. I've been seeing a lot more disgruntledness towards the mainline Diablo creators over this DLC as well. Please do not do that. They are human beings just like us. Just like us plebs. And no, I am not a mainline Diablo creator anymore, at least. I am a game reviewer. Fear me. Judge me for that, I guess. There are people that hate game reviewers, too. Thinking that we're all IGN. That's another funny thing to actually kind of chat about is the amount of, like, hate for IGN. I mean, there's a lot of deserved hate there. The game reviews are really not it. Not by a long shot. The game reviews are just people literally contracted to say, like, okay, you're covering this game. You're going to get paid $500. Here you go. Enjoy. Write the article. Do the video, maybe, depending on the contract, and go. You like Angry Joe? I haven't watched Angry Joe. I prefer chill reviews rather than like his shtick. At least it used to be, was focusing on getting mad about something, and was generally overall kind of negative about it. I'd rather focus it on what they did right and then critique the things they didn't do well rather than getting annoyed at stuff. But as far as IGN goes, it's literally just contract writing kind of situation. It is freelance, essentially news work. IGN is not one singular reviewing entity. It does not have one singular voice contributing to it, and I hate the sound that you make. Shank, get ready to die.
How amusing. A demonic slave master.
But yeah, I'd rather just be fair in my critique and stuff like that. But yeah, as far as IGN goes, you're going to have 20 different people reviewing 20 different games, so you're going to get 20 different scales of which it is judged. And you're going to have a bunch of people mad that things didn't get 10 out of 10 and things didn't get 0 out of 0 just because of the nature of how they are. And you're also going to end up with generative AI reviews, more from that, because people are going to see it as a quick way to make a buck. You don't follow too many reviewers? I follow a few. My recommendation generally, if you are interested in finding new games and interested in trying out new games, find like 3 or 4 people that you have similar taste to and 3 or 4 people you have extremely opposing taste to and follow them. You can follow Let's Players for this, you can follow reviewers for this, you can follow streamers for this, any of the above. And then use that to kind of at least develop a preliminary view of a game to see if you want to buy it. And the reason I suggest choosing people that you don't necessarily agree with is because... Oh, and that's gone up to 4 yards now. Yay. If you like something that they consistently dislike, it can sometimes be an indicator that, hey, this game that may have been missed by those you do like actually has something you might latch onto. I know there's a few people that hate watch my reviews as well, which is kind of hilarious to me. Don't hate watch, just watch. But why do I have a feeling this is going to be a vertical one? Could be wrong. No, it is a vertical one. Just bust through the door with it. Man, I felt a little bit of Kratos there. Man, these bushes, though, these bushes, they do be breaking my chain. My chain can break a door, but it can't break a bush. And it can pass through a rock, but it can't pass through a bush. Let's go this way, I think. Get that chained. A lot of extra kills here. Let's see. You're a notoriously picky person, so you typically know whether or not you'll like something within a handful of seconds of watching the gameplay. I've had games that fooled me. Where I was like, okay, first 10 minutes, really love this, and then after an hour, it was like, well, they ruined all the goodwill I had. Especially whenever it comes to really bad difficulty scaling. That's one big thing that's been happening a lot now that there's tens of thousands of games being released. Is you'll have, well, this artist makes it really cool looking, and this mechanic is something I really engage with, and then they difficulty scale it like they are building a rage game. But yeah, I'm still debating whether I want to pick up that King's Quest game Riss has been covering. That looks like it's just right up my alley that would be a fun one to take a break with. So I've been trying not to spoil myself too much on it while watching his playthrough, but still there for a good chunk of it. Of course, with me, I can watch a full playthrough and then play it like 2 months later and not remember anything. So blah blah blah. And if you can dodge an axe, you can dodge a ball. Come through the gate. No. I still don't know why those are on a separate audio layer from, like, the sound effects, but they are. And they make me rage. It's those green bolts. They make just, like, the most god-awful sound. It definitely tugged on the heartstrings. I liked playing dodgeball in, like, elementary school. Wow, we didn't actually bust through the door. There we go. That's the first one we haven't just immediately popped through. Makes me feel sad inside. I just love, like, just running through here, and we have these just kind of, like, popped out, and it's just killing everything that we just walk past. So it's just free XP, essentially. Yeah, I do think we need to do this. And no, I'm not bothering to pick up scepters and stuff for money. I should. I'm not gonna. Ta-da! Easy enough. So, we need to go around the edge here, look for the waypoint. Okay, apparently Google thought I said the vape point. No, it's the waypoint. Because I have to mispronounce it in that particular fashion. You're talking about the movie Dodgeball? I know. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. I haven't watched it in ages, but I've seen it, I think, twice. Which is not common for me, but it is one of those things, like, where I generally just ended up watching it because a group of people wanted to watch it. Group of people? No. Oh, we haven't identified one of those. I think that's Cathin's. Now, if it was Talrasha's, we would be in a completely different difficulty than we are right now. Okay. Cathin's Visage, it's cold-resistant mana, it's whatever. And yes, we are saving that large charm for the melee build. The martial build, whatever you want to call it. There's where we find Anya. Pain to rescue. We want to find the waypoint first. I am going to go ahead and put up a town portal, though. How are we looking on town portals? We're doing fine. I do need to get more keys, though. But yeah, I'm keeping the stat ones that have other kinds of effects on them as far as the large charms are concerned. Because that's going to help us actually keep all of our stats kind of where we want them on that character. I could transfer over all my like good stat charms, but that would involve taking things off of my normal resurrected slot. Did he end up finishing the game last night, out of curiosity? Because I had to sleep. So I didn't end up catching the end of the stream. If he did, I might go check that out. Let's put the ones that are semi-reasonable to like use this early up here. The rest of these are just junk, yeah. One chapter remains, okay. One to go. Let us... I'm gonna just walk down here. It's close enough. It's close. Glad we didn't end up exploring the entire, like, other mass of this area. These places do get big on Nightmare in Hell, by the way. Bruh. I'm on the fence as to whether I liked that change or not, where they made the areas expand on higher difficulties. It just takes longer to get through them. As part of the difficulty pass they did... Well, a difficulty pass that they did. But it didn't really make it more difficult. It just made it more time-consuming. The immunities are kind of in a similar boat. Where it's not really that it made it more difficult, it just made it more frustrating, if you will. To deal with a bunch of stuff. Oh, that was a boss pack. Oops. Did not realize that. There you go, friend. Yeah, this is very much a kiting build. If I ever played one. Yeah, making something tedious does not make it challenging. And yes, there is a reason I'm picking that up. I want to check if it's going to be 3-socket. It's only 2. It'd still be a good stealth armor. Because it's not that much higher strength. Thing is, I'd rather have lower strength rec on them. Do I bother keeping that? I need to test out the new Terror Zone mechanics. From what I'm hearing, they're kind of shit. Funnily enough. But I need to check them out as well, because I keep hearing that you're supposed to be like online for a certain amount of time to do them or something like that. But my brain is going, are you sure? Is that how, did they really change them to require you to like have to kill X amount in certain number of hours? Or whatever it is? They did, that's dumb. But yeah, I need to go check it out. So I'm probably going to mess with terror zones whenever we get through hell difficulty a little bit as well. Ow, that hurts so bad. With me and my max cold resist. Hey, Anya, how you doing? Hero, Neelathak did this to me. Did he now? How did he even get you down here? If you're powerful enough to open a portal to his place, how the hell did he get you down here? Why can't you open a portal back out? I know you're frozen, but your arms are still free. You can cast magic. One thing I do wish they would do is whenever you free Anya, just leave the portal open for that game. You can have it close at the start of the next game. That is fine. But keep it open, please. So I don't have to waste more town portal scrolls. Same for Kane. Kane yells out, "Help me." Help! Help! From the corner of the depths of hell. Suppose we could make that into, like, smoke or something. Smoke's not terrible, at least if I remember correctly. Let's go ahead and pop that open. We will go with armor. Number of sockets. 2 sockets. We got Nephilim. We've also got Prudence. We don't have the runes for that, though. I'm just trying to get the rune words done as well, so. Yeah, well. Oh, we don't have Alum. Doy. I didn't transfer it over, did I? No, I only transferred up to Ios. Damn. I didn't even transfer over my Hells, because I kind of keep those separate. Well, darn. Darn, Scoobs! I'll have to transfer that over and actually just start making rune words just to clear them out. That sucks. Just add to the anger in a funny way. Okay. Let's go to Act 5. Larsical add items, yada, yada, yada. Hi, Anya. What are you going to give me? Something probably absolutely useless, huh? Eldritch Blast is... that. Doesn't really synergize with anything but this tree. So it's kind of like it is D&D Warlock, so I guess that's it. Do find it very interesting to have a freaking spell that drains life. So do we do 2 builds on the martial one? Do I do a like caster hex and then a combat hex? I think it'd be fun with grief and stuff as well, depending on how grief interacts with the skills. Also known as the one-trick pony D&D class. Yup. It really is. That is one reason why, in my system, I've actually removed warlocks. And people are going to rage at me for that. I've also removed sorcerers. No! And I've actually integrated them into backgrounds and a thing I call truths. Backgrounds are basically where your stats and stuff are coming from, and you will get some abilities from them whenever there's like going to be conspicuous backgrounds. I haven't really coded those out for use in Foundry yet because they're going to require making possibly some new systems for the D&D system in it. But yeah, truths are just like, okay, you've got this contract that you formed over the course of the campaign. Now you have access to Eldritch Blast from it. How does that work into your class? We don't know. Because I've always felt it slightly weird that the whole class is based around a contract that you made and can be broken, and realistically should rob you of your powers if it is broken. It should be something that can be added to and removed from a character. And I might change how Eldritch Blast works. I don't know yet. It's still on the books as being, it's probably going to be in there, but not in the same way. And Sorcerer's abilities, the like subtle spell and stuff like that, are just being worked into the spell point system. I know that sounds a lot more boring, but you want a subtle spell? Spend more of your spell points. You want to fork that single target spell off to 2 people? Spend more spell points. You are a wizard, Harry. Learn how to bend your spells. I've actually gotten it to the point where I've gotten rid of a subclass on what would essentially be the wizard equivalent in my system, which is Elementalist. There's Elementalist and there's Weaver that would both be potentially wizard. But Elementalist is focused on, you guessed it, elements. And it can't be 4-socket, it's normal. It's going to be 3. Oh, no, it's just ethereal. It's not even socketed. Ta-da! I'm getting more and more used to using these tendrils. So it's gonna ruin me whenever I can't use them. We might actually do this one through hell. I'm on the fence as to whether I want to do this one or the summoner. Right now. The martial one is just whatever. I'm gonna go get the waypoint first, though. Although we could just wait until Ancient's Way. Let's just wait until Ancient's Way. But yeah, truths are just... They're intended to range from everything from, this is my favorite bow, so you get a little bit of like a +1 to that, to things like, oh, I've made this contract with the devil. Perhaps it gives me powers. Unless I fail to fulfill my contract. There's also no gods in no active gods in the world with it, so. There's, of course, religions that claim that there are gods, but it's not, like, engaged in the world, if that makes sense. Clerics are basically just people who focus in on restoration magic, which is known to be part of the weave in this. Not just like, oh, my deity blessed me with this. If you find a way to learn how to use restorative magic as another class, guess what? You can cast healing spells. Clerics are going to be better at it because that is like one of the things they can train specifically in. There's a couple. And I'm probably going to change the name of them from clerics to something else. I just don't know what yet. That's just working name kind of stuff. And I do have a spell crafting system in the works as well. It's just based on a point system right now. I need to refine it a little bit. The way I'm doing the crafting system is I'm basically basing it off the system that I was making, except making it happen during downtime rather than on the fly. Because the system I was making had a stamina system, and you just spend different amounts of stamina based on what you've learned over time, magic-wise, to just assemble a spell on the fly. And that's actually one of the clutch points that made it kind of annoying and not happy in playtest, because it was just too crunchy in battle, and you'd have spending just time. Hospitalier? Well, the thing is, right now, I could probably change it to that. But right now, the character creation system for a cleric has you choosing essentially a path. Restorative path is only one cleric path. There is also like a void path, essentially, that lets you focus more in on like the dark side of magic. Less restoration and stuff like that. And more, I am summoning the magic of evil. Although not explicitly evil. It's void versus light kind of situations. Because the world is made of gray, with a little bit of flavorful color thrown in. Hello, icy boys. Catch my miasmic fireballs. They're actually decent size now. Because look at the size of that cloud. I get a good example of the cloud. There we go. That's a good example of the cloud. Axiom? Maybe. They aren't going to be in the initial playtest, so I'm not going to worry about it too much yet, but you know, I will consider these. The initial playtest is going to be, at least the plan right now, is Elementalist, Rogue, Fighter. I forget what the other one I put on the list was to like beeline on. It is Conjurer was the other one that I put on the short list. Conjurer is the class focused entirely on summons. But instead of having the summons be their own entities, the Conjurer is literally just the brains and they're the puppets kind of situation. As opposed to, I am commanding this Fey entity to do X, Y, and Z. You know what? I'm going to make you a new weapon. Because we haven't made some rune words. It's going to be Ithlf, I believe. Ta-da! There's another one off the list.
I'll put that to good use.
Although I wager Soul Harvest is still the better choice. But it doesn't have Mana Leech, so it's not really that important. I mean, Life Leech. Mana Leech instead. You do enjoy mechanical conversations and game design? Same. Yeah, the Conjurer is basically, as you get higher level, you'll be able to conjure either stronger or more units. And they'll all have, okay, you use your action to do X, Y, or Z. There will be generic ones where you can actually just command all your units to do something. Like, oh, all of you attack. That is just a generic command. Whereas if you want to command something to, say, cast a spell, that's going to be your bonus action for the turn. You've stuck with a personal homebrewed RPG and setting for longer than you care to admit. I wanted to, but it's easier to... Because I am going to be building a channel around that as well. It's easier to integrate with an existing system that I don't have to, like, explain all the rules for. If people want to play my personal system, I will probably eventually do that as well and make that just publicly available. But... Because I've had multiple personal systems. Because I made one in freaking high school, way back in the day. And I had fun with it. We all had fun with it. We played that system several times. We used Lego heads for character pieces. This was back in the day. Before 3D printers, before any of that kind of stuff. Before even, like, buying figurines was even remotely common for the hobby. Let's see. We just need the stairs up. Yeah, this is just... whatever. Yeah, my homebrew systems tend to either be more board gamey in design, which is what the old one was. It was basically like Hero Quest, but with more role-playing. You've made smaller systems to test various things, but your main project is probably 1,000 pages in length overall. Damn! I would say send it my way so I can read it, because I would love to check that out. On the flip side, though, that opens me up to liabilities, so please don't. It sounds cool, and I would love to, like, peek in on it. And if I had the chance to play it, I probably would, but... until such a time... too many liabilities. Even though I have most of this system already written out in one way or another. It's all in a freaking private document locally. But yeah, 1,000 pages definitely sounds about right for an entire system. Especially if it's got enough crunch to it. I like crunchy systems, but I realize how much they slow down like actual combat. So my goal with using D&D 5e as a base, and then just basically using its role and basic rule system as kind of like the foundation, is that I can streamline the in-moment stuff and complicate the kind of like in-between, if that makes sense. Let people make things in a crunchy system and then use them in a simple system. Is the ultimate goal. At least that's the mission statement I'm currently having with this particular game. You actually run into kind of a similar situation whenever you're considering like TCGs, which is it's fairly crunchy, but you've been working to make it quicker and more streamlined. Yeah, that it is 100% just like a massive challenge to streamline interesting and complex systems, because you do have to end up sacrificing some of that intrigue and specialty and even some of the possibly fun aspects that you really enjoy from it to bring it down into the realm of, okay, this is something someone could pick up on a weekend and play it. So I will have like prefab spells and stuff, but you're also going to have the ability to make your own spells. And this is the stairs up. But yeah, in TCGs, It's kind of a similar issue with them, but then it's like more of a question of, is this going to be a digital TCG or is it going to be a physical TCG? Digital TCGs can get away with doing a lot more interesting stuff with the cards because you don't have to sit there and manually track everything. It just can happen, and it can keep track of life permanently, health, like damage permanently, all these changing variables permanently without it being something you have to have like a dice sitting on the card for. Because as soon as you transfer something like that into physical realm and you have like 7 dice sitting on a card, or you have to track that through a graveyard even, that it could come back from, you start running into issues where, okay, this is not feasible. We are going to have to cut this, this, and this to make it work with paper version. Whereas if you're going digital, you can have all this, and if you go a physical into digital, you're still going to be restricted to those physical rules and stuff unless you make a specific digital variant. Digital accessibility changes the design scope of a TCG.
What an austere scene.
And also what platform you're doing it in. If you're doing something on, say, Tabletop Simulator, your digital accessibility is going to be X, whereas if you're doing something in, like, say, Godot or Unity or something like that, it's going to be Y. Because then you can build out the systems just for it, whereas on Tabletop Simulator, you can have some of those systems, but not all of them, because it is not built in a way that endorses and kind of like supports that kind of thing. Oh, I can't remember. Seriously? Game? Yeah, if I try and cast it like right on that, it causes problems. Oh, yeah, he jumps at the start. Well, we're just going to go ahead and grab you all with chains and end this. We're going to keep dumping into this because I want to get these huge. This might be the first one we take through hell, but we're going to do the other one before we go to hell. Let's go with a bit more strength, just so we can equip stuff. And now it's just off to Bale's throne room, and we'll be done with that. We might get to the Marshal one today. We're making good time. Always forget how short Act 5 actually is once you start kind of trucking through it. Especially whenever you don't have to sit there and fight with trying to get summons. What do you mean you don't want to get the perfect enslaved demon? What? But yeah, I love digging through game design. All kinds of game design even. It's just not always feasible for me time-wise. It's one reason why, like, even on games that you'll hear me, like, kind of just rail against because they do something stupid difficulty-wise, I will still call out, hey, this is a cool concept. You just need to balance your shit. Kind of situations. And then there's games where I have a lot of fun with them on that kind of design level, but again, good example is actually USC Counterforce. For those of you that have looked at some of the older reviews that I did, that is a game that it could be so much fun if presented in a different way or a different difficulty, but as they have it right now, the guns actually contradict themselves. Your Overwatch can shoot anywhere, but the actual guns have attack patterns like spells, which is very counterintuitive and does not feel good. That is one of their core design tenets, though, which is the reason why I don't cover that game for the most part. There's just all kinds of like things that can happen with that. And of course, getting back onto the difficulty thing, they also do the thing where it's like, here's a million different enemies, and really the best strategy, pack up in a corner with a bunch of sniper rifles and Overwatch. That way you don't have to worry about like the weird attack patterns. They'll all just shoot whoever comes in the room. That is like the cheese strategy. They probably patched that by now because I actually used that. But Yeah, it's just... And, of course, there's a tower defense that I played recently. That it's a cool vertical kind of tower defense. A lot of fun to play. Really well designed from a mechanics standpoint. Balanced like ass. This is probably going to be the stairs. Yep. Mainly because what they did with it is the enemy difficulty almost racks up incrementally while you are building like a normal tower defense econ growth, which just always feels very off-putting and weird. Let's go back to Hiragith and just use our town portal to go back. Because we need to make a deposit. Are we up to a mill yet? Nah, we're probably not going to hit a mill yet. Trade repair all that. Do we have anything here that's worth buying? Probably not. Nope. So back down we go. Now it is time to kill the bales. I don't know what we're going to call the martial character. War of Locks. Although we'd have to like do some kind of pun with Final Fantasy VI if we go with locks. I don't think I can combine everyone in chat's name into one thing. No. It's not gonna work that way, my guys. Ta-da! You have the well here. Grab you. This is another dead end. Yeah, generally speaking, I think the best aim for your chain is past the edge of a group and then lead them into it. I don't think anchoring it to enemies is the play. Ta-da! Okay, so we do have a resist fire shrine. I'd rather have that than the mana shrine at this point. Not that we're particularly weak to fire or that we're going to encounter a lot of fire damage. It's just... eh. Eldritch Lock? Possibly. Could also put it as W-A-R-R-L-O-C-K. Warlock. Hey, Daladon. Welcome back. How's the conference going? I'm here getting my butt handed to me by Succubi. Not complaining, just... definitely taking our time going through. Let's go there. Warlock. We could do Marlock. Just basically the inversion of the Wario Waluigi's theme. Making them back to M's. Here's hoping our mercenary does not cross into our path. He's going to, but here's hoping. He is 100% guaranteeing his own death here by blocking my chains. Really, they need to make it so that the minions and stuff don't block your chains. Because they're gonna just bum rush. That's what they do. That is their shtick. We're just gonna sit here and eat this fire because we can. Mercenary, you are in the freaking way. Mercenary, you are in the fucking way. Please. Why? Why is this? Why is it not? Ooh. Bite me, game. Like, seriously, bite me 3 ways to hell. I don't know why it was giving me short chains there. That was so annoying. Over in boat ride now. Yeah, the world's largest catamaran is a boat. This hall you remember too well, yeah. Can't type Warlock without typing Warrock. Blockchains didn't know you did crypto. Wales. Oh, Lord. Crypto's a whole other rant. I already went on my anti-AI rant. How's it going, by the way, Strat? This hall has memories. This hall also is where the Slidey Boy clip first started. And we have since encountered so many different Slidey Boys in so many different games. And it's almost always when something gets revived. So it is a common bug across multiple games, which I find even more hilarious. You guys, coffee, so it's all good? Awesome. I have water left. I already finished off my coffee, unfortunately. My coffee was done within the first hour of stream. Now, to see how we fare against the big ball man himself. Hey, big balls. Hey, get back here. Oh, it stays chained even whenever he teleports away. That's interesting. Unless he teleports to a point where we can't actually get to him. Of course, he is now not taking damage from the chains. Okay, we'll identify you because that's another one we get in there. That wasn't too bad. We got that, and we also got an Arcanus. Then you're better than you. You always forget about your coffee while streaming. Had to drink it cold after. Ah, well, mine starts cold and it gets inconsumable later because it's got milk in it. So I have to kind of drink it early, otherwise bad things happen. That said, it is worth noting my coffee, due to having vacuum cups. I forget what they're called. Tumblers or something like that. They're basically, they've got vacuum sealed insulation essentially. Due to having those, my coffee is still usually cold after 4 hours, just not cold. Like, it's still safe to drink cold. But yes, I do like myself some cold coffee. And we do actually have terror zones available should we want them, Scoobs. I am going to steal all his gold, though. Yoink. So now that we are done with this, we get to go make the Marshall one. I still don't know what I'm going to build him into because I have not done research onto the skills. I'm literally just trying... Oh, wow. You didn't open the portal for me? Tyrael, you are being a cheapskate. Are you being a cheapskate? I am impressed, mortal. I am unimpressed by you. You're supposed to make me a red portal. Jerkface. Back to the void with you. Oh, it doesn't work on him. Damn. So these are our 3 that we've beaten so far. We've got Peace Lock, which is the summoner. We've got Pylock, which is the fire. And we've got Miasma, which is the blasted, whatchamacallit, Miasma character.
Good day.
That said, go ahead and dump that in there. We need to get stealth in there. I'll drop that in there. We're just getting stuff for the martial character, by the way. That's just what I'm dumping over. Let's see. Had to hit a flying type with a ground move. Oh, sorry. Hard to hit. Okay, yeah. Try to kill Archangel? Yes, because he didn't give me my red portal. He's a bastard. He deserves all of the suffering we can give him. We also have 2 Eisenhearts. I am really surprised we haven't gotten Eisenheart's plate. The helm and the plate are the 2 most common for me, and we've gotten the uncommon parts. So that's kind of weird for me. We could go full Eisenhearts at level 8. If we just transferred those over. In fact, it is mildly tempting to transfer over just the sets and kind of mess around with them. Because I'm pretty sure we can do Hisaru's and Eisenheart's at the same time, just for fun. Do I have anything else I want to transfer over? I mean, I could put these boots over there. It doesn't hurt anything. And yes, we will swap equipment back whenever we decide to go that way. That's going to go to page 3 because that's actually a good one. Got Siverbs. We're going to do Hisaru's until we get something better. Do I want to mess with anything else? Not really. Vidala's isn't worth it. Eisenheart's is not bad. It's a medium shield, though, which will slow us down a bit. And, of course, we have all the weapons on here, too. And these shields and Cathans and that kind of stuff. So, save and exit. Now we get to decide on what spell we want. Sorry, what name we want. Go ahead and create another new one. Honk Lock. Just didn't even go with any of the names I was speculating to use. A Bonk Lock. So shared stash. Let's go ahead and grab out the stuff that we're actually caring about, which is going to be on page 3. This will be like our initial planned equipment, although knockback on that might be kind of shit. So we'll see how that works out. We also have the 2-handed weapon coming relatively soon, too. Oh, we could use the scythe. That is actually a good call. Because that gets us Mana Leech. And I will grab you as another option.
Good day.
Blood Crescent is kind of a fun one-hander. Don't really care about the Oathmaker until we get the other parts. Jade Tando could be fun as well. So that's what we're looking at as far as gear goes. It's going to be a while before we can use them. We'll probably bump it up to players 8. Just so we can get those levels early. Now, what skills do we think sound interesting here? Levitating Mastery sounds good. It's just makes our weapon better. What creeps me out about Levitation Mastery It is essentially, unless it scales differently than I'm thinking, it just kind of negates the whole weapon mastery tree of the barbarian. Which seems like a bad thing. We are definitely going left side, and we will go for the hexes. I just don't know which hexes we're going to be focusing on. So, hex is your weapon and warp enemies, creating a chance they will erupt when hit. And it is magic damage. So that would work out pretty good. This seems like the tree that a lot of people are going to be focusing on, too. But I think we are going to go mostly down the left side. I will take some, like, Psychic Ward and all that stuff. I think we might do a separate one for Eldritch Blast. Like, do a Hex Blast focus one. And this one will do Weapon focused. So we might have 2 more normal runs. I do want to get back to normal RPGs, so these might turn into, like, bonus streams.
These creatures of darkness shall yield to me, or perish.
Wow. I am bad aim. Yeah, we'll grab healing potions while we can right now. Just grab whatever armor we can. We need level 3 to get our first little bit of gear, so I'm not even going to bother doing my stats until then. Might go get the waypoint. That actually seems like the smart idea. Yoink. Yeah, it's being pretty chill so far. We'll see how this kind of does whenever we start getting to bosses. My guesstimate, and this is one of the reasons why I did this one last out of them, is that the act bosses are going to be a bit more of a pain in the ass because we actually have to get up in their face. Okay, so we're level 3 now. Let's go ahead and duck back in. And really, since we're not investing in demons or chaos, although investing in demons would be a smart idea, we're going to go with those 2. So damage up, attack rating, and critical strike chance on all weapons that we are levitating.
Good day.
So that means we got Fell Oak. We get our shield. We get our belt. All we need is the boots. I am going to go ahead and get 5 there and 5 there. We're going to probably need dex as well. I don't know what our attack speed with this is going to be. It's going to be a little bit slower.
Hi there.
Oh, you don't have enough money for that? I guarantee you do. Ta-da! Now we do. But yeah, this is going to do way more damage than just a dagger.
Good day.
Bonk and bonk. And I don't know if we're going to need a lot of mana for this. I will probably keep like 1 thing on our belt for it for now. I don't think it's going to be super mana hungry because a lot of our attacks are going to be just not this. Looks like we will be up and running for the most part relatively early. It will be one-handers for a while, but nothing too terrible. Blood Crescent is very fast, so we'll be able to switch over to that, save for the Jane Tando. And then at 24, 19 and 24, we'll probably be dipping into trying the Soul Harvest and the Bone Snap. We look like an actual adventurer with a cool little shield. Makes me happy. So now we're Bonkamus Prime. I do want to see, does this... Okay. Okay, that actually is an enchantment on the weapon. Yeah, the knockback, it'll get irritating, but it's not bad. We do enough damage that generally they're going to die in one hit anyway. Does this actually just do extra damage? And it lasts. How actually, does the level up increase its duration? It might. And yeah, they do get a curse over them for it. So that is... Oh, that means that if we get an amp damage source and stuff like that, it's not going to work with hexes. If that counts as a curse, it's going to suck. It's going to suck nuggets through a straw. And I think it's going to have a visual indicator, because right now it's got kind of like a blue shimmer around it. I have a gut feeling that goes away whenever our our hex is done. Not that our hex is doing a lot, but it's there. So we'll see how that works out in the long run. Hello, big boy. Still on us. Yeah, I'm not going to recast it until we figure out what the visual change is.
Another den of evil. Let's root them all out.
The attack range on his attacks feels like it might be further than usual. And yeah, we do want to just kind of pin them against the wall and bash them with the club. Okay, let's smack you, bonk. Then we should have another pack of enemies over here. I want you first, because you are the most important one to kill. Yeah, it's still on it. Tree-wise, we're going to just go more Levitation Mastery until we can get another level, because that's just going to keep increasing our damage. We do need to get something to increase our attack speed, though, because right now this is arduously slow. And we are on player's 8, yes. Okay, so Levitation Mastery, it goes up, it's a decent amount. Make our weapon strong. We have free respecs because of the modifier thing, and we don't care if our armor breaks. We can swap it out for trash on the ground, because it is just trash from the ground. The bonk in general looks silly. And I think we might have lost the enchant. So I do want to see what the visual difference is after we beat these guys up. It's extra cracked now. Har 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 har. Okay. So we cast it. Doesn't really look like there is that much of a visual difference. I think there's a slight blue shimmer to it that might even just be confirmation bias. We're going to get more life because I am tired of running out of stamina. We've only had it happen twice. Yes, we could get more damage, but... Come on, keep smacking him. You can do it. I believe in you. Ta-da! Hey, Bubbles. Fartson. Which one do you prefer? Do you prefer Bubbles or Fartson? DF gonna get me into the weird habit of calling you guys by your wrong names. Fartson! Okay, I will call you Fartson. We'll call you by your chosen name. As we all should. Bubbles was your first nickname. Okay. Sadly, I do not have the fart song for you to play. But that said, I could do it. It's just that I also use... Ooh, we got a rare jewel, funnily enough. I do use archival footage from the streams just in case, like, I lose the footage locally. Having the farts in the middle of it, it might throw things off a little bit. That said, it would be on a separate audio layer, so it's not that impossible. Well, it's a separate audio layer for me if I have it on the local file, so it doesn't impair that. Just the... if I have to get the 720p off the internet instead of the 1440p local. Ta-da! This just feels very silly to use. Just the I'm not touching you, but with weapons. Maybe it'll make more sense whenever we can start summoning phantom weapons. Which I think happens... Yeah, we get Echoing Strike at 12, but the Mirrored Blades is what I'm looking forward to seeing. Monster remaining 2. Bonk. And bonk.
The evil of this place departs with me.
Boom. Which difficulty am I on now? We're going through each of them on normal first. This one is normal. We have the Summoner, the Fire Mage, and the Miasma guy all in Nightmare now. So it's Martial, and we might do 2 Martial runs, depending on how I'm feeling. Take that. Because I think we're going to find it more useful than the other one. We are level 6. Oh, which? Oh, what do you do? Oh, we actually, no, are we level 7 already? Wait a minute. No, we're not level 7. We have Blood Crescent coming up next. It's going to be slightly lower damage, funnily enough, but it doesn't have the frickin' knockback. A witch. It's okay. I understood what you were asking. It's good. But yeah, we're in normal difficulty. We will be for a while. Identify you. Decent amount of money. It is worth noting, these are actually relatively quick attacking items. So if they have good stats, we could actually mess with that. In fact, this one might be better than the Fell Oak, just by its nature, but I don't care. But it's good to hear you are doing all right today. Our next point, more Levitation Mastery. Keep forgetting to check if that increases in duration as we level it up. And that goes into stash. Is it kind of like that? Seems like a plan. Yeah, we're fine. On to the cold plains. And to see how these other skills do. Actually, what is our damage with the cleave? Not bad. It does... Oh, it gets more damage as it grows. Cool. We'll keep that. I will always keep the just resist charms whenever I'm going through in a kind of chill way. Hi. What is the attack speed on that? Not bad. I need to check if those are faster cast or faster attack speed, though. It might be faster cast. Because I seem to remember people saying a few of the skills were faster cast. Yeah, we don't really have much interest in the Cold Plains. Stony Field is going to be for getting a cane. Yeah, that's not worth the extra mana, other than just whack, whack, whack. Gustav, what do you do with the club? I whack! We're going to do F1, F2. Just to make it work a little bit better for us. Believe Lurk soon gonna go play Grid 2 with DF. Awesome. Get them racing games in. He who goes bonk in the night. Exactly. I am sad that they got rid of the modifiers that actually work specifically at day and night. That one works for me. But it's not obscure enough to be a problem. The ones where you have to be like medium distance, long distance, short distance in Diablo 4 pissed me off. I think they've actually patched some of those out, thankfully. Because it's arbitrary. It doesn't say what medium, long, and short is. So it feels like you're just having to hold your face sideways to get it to work that way. The enemy AI has to cooperate. Let's go ahead and pop those. We are level 8. Level 7. Badar. I will take the leather armor just to have better armor. And new skill-wise, do we go more cleave? Bigger degrees, more damage, same mana cost. This goes up in mana cost, increases duration, and increases the magic damage they take. It's mostly percentage damage bonuses anyway. There are other things you can tack onto it. There is, as far as like in the game code, day and night, it's not respected day and night anymore, but sadly, I think there's ways to patch that in, or maybe they did patch it in at some point and I'm just misremembering. But yes, there was also like a fool's thing that worked with it where it was just a flat damage boost at night and during the day, depending on which mod you got. But yes, have a good lurk. There is a lurk command as well if you want to use it. Although I'm not tracking those anymore. I need to set up those variables, but no. Okay, we're gonna go more levitation mastery. 10% reduction in the stats required to use it. This has no stat requirements. That's probably because it is just a club. We're going to go a bit more strength, and then we'll start going a little bit into dex as well. Yeah, we do decent damage already. Oh, wait, we can use Scimitar now. So we, whenever we find the waypoint, need to go remember to grab that. By we, I mean you guys need to remind me. Because I'm a da-dums. Dum-da-dum-dums. Yep, get whacked, you bastards. There you go. They're worth a decent amount of XP. There we go. So we are going to keep doing Levitation Mastery. I might end up getting Cleave up, but I don't think so. That's not high on my list. It is faster. It has an attack speed boost that we can actually get up. But I think the ones I want to look for are Echoing Strike and probably Mirrored Blades are what we're going to focus on this time. And I can always just respec and try out the other ones too, but let's get some blockage. So it's there, so our waypoint is probably going to be over yonder. There's the shaman. We got you. Just bashing my way through all of the nonsense here. Exactly. Fear my bonk, or I shall bonk you all into bonkingdom. Mana per kill would be very nice right now. Just to restore our mana from the bonking spree. I see you in there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to you relatively quickly because I got a bonk on my way. There we go. I will go ahead and drink some bonk fuel. It's like gamer fuel, but for bonking. Okay, let's get out of there. We already cleared out the camp. We need to go find the waypoint. What kind of trouble are we going to get in? Probably not a lot. Yeah, a lot of games actually do lack nuance, by the way. Or they have weird kind of contradictory mechanics. What I love is whenever a game can't decide whenever it actually wants to apply something or not. Diablo 2 has a couple things where it's kind of guilty of that, but I wonder what a mana potion tastes like. Blue raspberry. Also depends on the world. If it's a grim dark world, probably like freaking NyQuil or something. That kind of caustic, gross film kind of taste of, we tried to put a flavor in here, but it just tastes like hate. Whereas if it's a reasonable fantasy universe, 100% blue raspberry. Let's see, does this actually apply? It does. It does apply the debuff. Nice. Question answered. Go and get more dex. And more levitation mastery, because we are not anywhere near level 12. We'll need 2 skill points for level 12. That's not going to be a pain in the ass to get. What's scary is I know people who like the taste of freaking NyQuil. Which is just gross to me. Of course, who are we to judge on taste? To each their own. Everyone's got their weird fetishes. I don't have to agree with them. I'm not gonna drink shame you. Oh, dumb I know. Okay, let's get over, huh? I need to get pedaling on this. There we go. My foot slipped out from the pedaling thing that I do. There she blows. Let's go get ourselves some new gear. Arr. Okay, so we have Blood Crescent now, which should be faster and less knockback. Got ourselves a ring. For some reason, this guy feels like he needs a cape.
Yes.
And I'm unsure as to why. I think it's the shoulder pads, but he feels like he needs a cape. He's the only D2 character that feels like that, too. Dude need cape. Instead, he's just got the little butt flap.
What you need?
So we should be a little bit better off with this. Does this have life leech? It does. We don't do a lot of damage, but it's got life leech. Only 19 dex required on that now because we have 7 points into this. Which is a 14% reduction in weapon requirements. Time for us to go find trouble. Deep, deep trouble. Level 12, we get the eruption one. And then we get the life recovery later on. I am liking just kind of like mixing it up between the two attacks. Because it makes me feel fancy to go from like this to just a real quick sweep and then just moving on. Eat this, you bastards. There's our level up. Enemies not a big threat considering we have decent life leech now. New skill, more levitation. Level 10, so that means we probably need to save next level's points so we can get both of these. Stat-wise, what is our block rate? Absolutely atrocious. It's up to 25% now, so if we walk, we can block. If it rhymes, it must be right. And 19 is when we get Scythe, I think, wasn't it? And then 24 for Big Bonk. Ta-da! And yes, we will have some mana per kill from other gear as well. I do like that the Hex does light them up. That does help me keep track of who I've actually... Who the hell did I hit? Is what it keeps me... lets me keep track of. Aw, we went the wrong way. It's the way down. We could go get some stuff down there, probably. We don't really have much reason to. Most of the stuff that we would want to get does not come from here. Let's see. But yeah, there was actually a comment fairly recently that I saw that I kind of agree with. And it is something that I need to be kind of probably consciously aware of whenever I make recommendations on games. Is that the streamer bias aspect of the fact that, yes, we actually cover games for X number of hours a day. And most people are not going to be playing that much. Is a thing that we actually need to be considering whenever we do make our recommendations. I try to. But I am human just like anyone else. I base it based on what I find fun and what actually works with what I'm doing or how I'm interpreting the encounter for it. So I think I need to be aware, and I meant to save that one. Damn it. It's fine. I'm probably going to get the Hex first just because I'm really curious as to how that works. Because how far away is it going to teleport them? What counts as a hit to cause them to proc? What is all of the other stuff that can go on with it? There are so many things. And yes, this is just a damage amplifier, the magic damage thing. By letting us get extra magic damage in on them per hit, it basically turns our weapon into that plus that amount of damage. So you could theoretically go with a low damage weapon on this character and maybe lean into hexes a little bit. Thing is, I don't think the magic damage one we have will ever get super high in numbers, even with all the bonuses it gets from these, because Mirror Blades, Hex Purge, Consume, and Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast increasing the duration, Consume, Hex, and Purge all increasing the damage. It only goes up by 140% each, so that is only going to be it's 420%, so that's a little bit over 5 times damage. So even if this gets up to like 100 base, that's still only like 500 damage. Is what I'm looking at on it. Shanava! Whereas having this AoE with like the one that teleports might be more interesting. Especially depending on how it applies, because on the first hit, like whenever you're applying it, do they still teleport and explode? Or do they only teleport and explode after they've already been cursed? I do not know answers to such questions as these, and that is a small charm. We go this way. Never go towards the red in this. The red is dead ends. Because they'll only spawn in the side camps. Shut up! Yeah, just die. We've been going for 3.5. That's not bad. We might actually get through Act 1 today. It's going to be close, because I'm going to get distracted. And we still have at least 2 other quests that I want to do. Okay, so our enchant is gone. There's our level up. So that's going to be our other hex, because I want to see how it works. So that's going to go there. Let's go ahead and switch over to... Oh, it costs more mana than we have right now. Oh, geez. How long does it last? It lasts a little bit over 2 minutes, so that's not too bad. Let's grab the minor mana potion. And I will go for... We're going to go for a bit more dexterity. They're not teleporting. Okay, so this is actually burst damage on melee, essentially. which is not bad. That's going to probably be more valuable to us than some of the other options we have. Thank you for the lurk. Oof. And yes, we do need to go repair our weapon. That is the downside of this scimitar, by the way. It is not durable at all. At least with this, we can really tell that it's on the weapon. It's green. Sell you, sell you, sell you. We'll keep that and keep you. Level 12. I don't think we've unlocked any. Oh, no, we got the amulet. That's fine. Yeah, it definitely is just a tiny little thing, especially compared to what we're going to be using. We could switch over to one of these. That requires more strength than what we have, but it's still fun. Cathin's, if we can get the ring, is actually kind of fun. I think we stick with Asaru's for that. Although the increased chance of blocking on this would probably help us get up to a decent amount. See, oh, what can we? Oh, we can't equip it because we don't have enough strength without the shield. Neat. That's funny to me. This would do a lot more damage, but we lose out on lifesteal.
I can't use this yet.
We'll get strength for the next couple levels and go for this a little bit. The daggers look real ridiculous. Fear my giant green sword. Oh, it reflects really well on the helmet, too. Jesus. Did not notice that. I always forget just how much of the lighting engine this does stuff with. Okay. Back to the Darkwood. We could go recruit an ally now that we are higher level. Does it only burst when they die? Weapon to warp enemies, creating a chance they will erupt when hit. So it is a 69%. So it doesn't warp. I don't know what warp does. I think they mean it as more in the way of like warped tour kind of warp. Not as in we are actually warping them around. Which is good, because it makes them more usable, but... I don't know if dumping high points into it is going to be worth it. Although, it does actually have a decent base value. And I'm fairly certain we can only have one hex at a time, sadly. Otherwise, it might be valuable to go, like, as a pure hexer. Okay, so there is our other weapon. We now have a rare scimitar. We do need to be going into strength just so we can equip other stuff. And here is Echoing Strike. I want to see what this do
Such an old tree.
before we go back.
Its fruits are just this small.
Okay, so it's just, yeah. It's just our ranged attack. Which is fine. I don't mind having a range attack. That's very much just assassin throwing weapon. It travels pretty decent speed, and it doesn't go to where I have the cursor. It just goes in that line as far as it can. Cannot wait until we can use the scythe. Because that's going to let us do a decent number on... Alright, just go ahead and get rid of you guys. But yeah, being able to use the scythe is going to get us the mana we need. We do need to find some kind of life leech, though, because we are going melee. Definitely going to need it. And yes, our waypoint could be to the west. I'm going to go east first. This is absolutely... if you have starter gear, this could absolutely be tuned into something that just shows up even like the flaming, like burning... Holy fire, there we go. Paladin. Smack the crap out of everybody. Yes, I know we need to take this scroll to a cop. I don't know if that can proc more than one explosion at a time. It doesn't feel like it is. I need all of you on me. Get up here. Maybe it can, and we're just getting unlucky. But it feels like it only procs one explosion per attack with the Hex weapon. So we can't, like, get a massive chain of magic damage going off on those. Maybe it does. I'll need to go back and look at the footage. Oh, it can. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. We were just getting unlucky. That is cool. This seems like the better of the first two hexes. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be using the last hex, although enemy damage down is nice. Out of the three of these, yeah, the hexes are not bad. They might be 1-point wonders. I don't know. If you're going for like the enemy damage down kind of effect from them, they're probably going to be one-hit wonders. Whereas the magic damage explosion, if you're going for that, feels like it's going to be a heavy investment. So you're going to want to heavily invest in this with hexes, and it looks like it likes different sigils for them. That one likes Hex Purge, Consume, and Mirrored Blades. Consume is over here. This one is Eldritch Blast, Death, and Bane. So that's Death. And that's Bane. And this one likes Engorge and Eldritch Blast. So it wants that, and... Where are you? There. So it wants us hopping between the trees. Yeah, you'd think it would happen more often, especially with how often the just like single target attack triggers explosions. But it did not. I'm going to drink a mana potion. We're going to get this going, and we are going to go and deal with this camp. That is a very strange sensation I'm having right now. I have a muscle twitch on my, like, it's not the entire muscle, it's just part of it on my chest. And I was sitting here running along, and it just started feeling like nar, 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 like somebody was poking me in the nipple. It was a very strange feeling. Nothing's wrong, it's just muscle twitch. Phantom nipple twisters.
Oh, very.
I've translated the scroll. Congratulations. We can go rescue ourselves a cane. Lightning resist. That can get sold. That can get sold. Key to the cairn stones we don't really care too much about. So now we have okay magic find. I think out of those we prefer the lightning resist. So we're going to switch over to Eisenhart's. I know we're losing life leech, but out of the stuff we have a choice of, Cathin's ring would be perfect right now. Because that would square everything away. Isol Strike is just too high level for us to use right now. Otherwise, that would be actually a really good pick for us for a one-hander. Jade Tando is probably going to be a nice one to have whenever we finally get to it. Do we have anything else we can put on us? We can do these. We are going to be leaning more into charms on this character, just as a heads up. Time to rescue a lonely old man whose only advice is making your weapons sharper rather than giving you random swords. Exactly.
Greetings.
Stay a while and listen, you little bitch. I have a message for you. Get ready to get murdered. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be going a hex focus build. We're starting to get bigger and bigger weapons.
Hello.
So I'm not going to begrudge this. Let's go Stony Field. What is our damage looking at? 35 to 38 for a normal attack and 40 to 44 for that. And for the throw, 53 to 68. For the amount of mana it costs, it better be good. We're going to go ahead and grab you, and I'm going to go meh. Meh. They're not exploding. Didn't get a fun one. We haven't gotten a fun stone this entire time. Fun stone is either all opposites, so you get the pentagram, or a circle around.
This is what
They're not super common.
half measures are taken with demons. Go to the rogue's camp.
I want to see what this looks like with the scythe, by the way. That's going to be a fun one on a scythe. Just hurling the scythe forward. Do we kill everything around Griswold with the little aura? Yes, of course. Where's the shaman? There's the shaman. There's another shaman. Come on, get up close to me. Come on. Give me a hug. This is the advantage of having like high minimum damage. Very consistent explosions. Okay, 5 more points there. New skill. Do we go for Echoing Strike? It goes up in cost. Is the downside of that. 18 will need 2 points, so that's 17 and 18. So no, we're just going more Levitation Mastery. All in on this. Lower the requirements of weapons to 0.00 points. That explosion is lovely. Get wrecked. So we're not one-shotting stuff even with freaking Siverbs. I'm not sorry, Siverbs. Eisenharts. Can't wait until we get our second part of the freaking set. We could respec our skills just to get it. In fact, that might not be a terrible idea. You know what? We'll do that. We need, I think, 10 more strength. Because of the shield not actually, yeah. See. There we go. Now we can have Eisenhart's 2-parters, which is all resist plus 8 and extra attack rating and strength. Which is hilarious that we can't equip that, even though it gives us 10 strength. Go figure. But we also lose the extra defense. Oh no.
Whatever will I do?
Besides go and pester Kane in just a second. As far as the rest of our things, it's just gonna go into vitality.
Great.
We could go into dexterity, but we're not gonna really be blocking too much right now anyway.
Well,
Because actually we are in medium. I could just go slow. Do I want to be walking everywhere is a question. I mean, sure. Even though that looks cooler, we don't have any other parts of Berserkers anyway. So want to see what this looks like. She gave us a Ring of Dexterity. Akara, of course that magic ring does you no good, because it's not going to be worth anything. You fool of a duke. Oh yeah, I haven't reallocated my points. That's why we can't equip things. There we go. As far as what we want to put points in, now we do the damage. Jeez, Echoing Strike is 61 to 83. Maybe I should go do... You know what? Let's go get ourselves a free mercenary. And it feels so weird running in with medium shield. Have I told you it has actually been a while since I've used anything other than light armor and light shields in this game? So it's gonna feel like sluggish. Man, so easy to destroy all these guys. And we are still on Players 8, so we're going to be getting good XP. Oh yeah, and the stamina drain from it. Lovely. I might have to go do the stamina potion thing. Which takes time, unfortunately. But we'll see if we actually have to. It's just the amount of stamina drain from a medium whenever you when you're not high enough level to have like actual stamina is just kind of brutal. Stamina probably the worst decision in Diablo 2.
My army will destroy you.
And you can't just take it out either, because there are entire like enemies built around it. Those little suckers from the sewers, for example.
I am overburdened.
There's another one added to our list. Stout Nail!
Have a swift end.
Toss you, move that over. Let's see if this Bardache is any good. I mean, we can equip it. Still looks ridiculous.
I cannot.
And we got Ellie. Ellie is cold. So she doesn't get that until level 30. So she's only going to be doing the one ice arrow. Yay. Yes. Yippee-ki-yay. This will be fun. That doesn't need to be used. Yeah, I think we don't need... Oh, 17 is our next upgrade. So 3 levels. Level 15, we already have that in our inventory. Those can just sit there and be whatever. Cathin's not worth switching over to. Actually. Wait a minute. No. Not dipping into that trope. Death Spade might actually be... It's going to be less average damage. And we're not going to get the resist all. But that mana per kill might actually be worth it. Maybe this. Slightly higher max damage. 1 point higher defense, sadly. Attack rating is worse. And resists are worse. That can go on the ground because it's a 1 gold thing. I keep forgetting to actually look through what we have. That might be better. What else do we have floating around that can be even used? Nothing, really. I'm using the Magic Find as a chance to get something a little bit better. Rust Handle. It's level 18. It's going to be better damage. It doesn't have mana steal, though. Doesn't answer our mana problem. Unfortunately, both of these are medium shields. So there's not much we can do with that. 16% versus 13%. Yeah, I think small shield is the better option here. It's only a very minor difference in speed, but it is noticeable to me. Oh yeah, I forgot to equip Mercenary. Oops. We can go back and do that as well. But yeah, just 4 mana per kill makes a huge difference for us. So for her, we need to get that. We did not take gear off of what's-his-face, so you're just going to have to equip whatever for now.
I'll put that
You don't get the Arctic bonuses. Aw, for shame. It's not a huge issue. He's not going to be doing squat anyway.
I'll put that to good use.
I'll give her... No, actually, no.
I'll put that to good use.
Berserkers is better. Gleam Scythe is really tempting because of the, like, attack speed and stuff. And it is higher damage. It is really a question of which one we prefer. Gleam Scythe doesn't do anything for our mana situation, though. Except for just give us more flat mana. Either way, let's go ahead and just venture forth. We've got... yeah, just basically Malice and... I suppose we could do... the tower as well. Yeah, we'll do Malice Tower and all that fun jazz. We'll do the tower on players 8, though. Just to keep kind of in pace with where we're going. Yeah, we can blind people from a range, too. We actually get to see, does it override... I don't know if it's going to actually try and override it or not, though, because we'd actually have to get it to proc at the same time as we actually have it on the enemies. But yeah, this build will do probably fairly well, especially if you have actual good gear with it. I feel like I'm playing Star Tropics now, weirdly. It flies so much faster than the Assassin equivalent. And it looks like it does override the curse. The curse, like, lands and then explodes, but it still gets overridden. With the blind. So it does count as a curse. Kind of sucks a little bit, but yeah, we'll be fine. We don't need that curse to actually make progress. Fire where the enemy's gonna be, not where they are. It's not a lesson I have learned. Ta-da! Very good for taking out the annoying enemies at a distance. Like the shamans. So we don't have to worry about that being like an impairment for us either. Okay, let's go ahead and switch to this so we can take out you. Then we'll target you. And finally you. Ta-da! Victory is ours. And here is the tower. The Tower of Love. The Tower of Doom.
Oh, fresh blood smells far sweeter than this.
Did he just say fresh blood smells far sweeter than this? My God, man. You're supposed to be a hero. Even the Necro isn't... The Necro is a bit dark, but... my guy... my dude. You're not supposed to be promoting vampirism, basically. Maybe there's some story in Diablo Immortal that it kind of makes him less I want to be the edgelord kind of stuff. Tower where they spilled too much cranberry juice, exactly. Okay, next level up, more levitation mastery, and more... Let's start dipping into dexterity, because we probably want to get our block up if we're going to be using easing hearts at all. The free run set, it's the Icing hearts. Because you know, this was definitely inspired by Freerin, right? Because everything is. I'm waiting for somebody to take that seriously and just be completely offended without realizing it's a joke. Actually, I don't know why Jam made me think of this, but what sounds really good right now is freaking cream cheese bagel. Just a simple bagel with cream cheese. Not to be confused with Isengard. I mean, gotta take the Hobbit somewhere. Where else are hobbits supposed to be besides Isengard? Taking the hobbits to Isengard. Isengard to Isengard. Man, that was an era of YouTube memes. Because if I remember correctly, that's about the same time that the Star Wars one, where Yoda, God, I'm trying to remember what he was singing about even. It's been a while. Oh crap, that's gonna bother me. I will probably go find it after stream. Because we're actually overtime now. But I figure since two short streams this week, we can do another. We can do a long one on Friday, right? Right? It's not gonna hurt my schedule for anything else. I'm lying to myself, but man, all that mana back just from like one sweep attack. I'm not even going to pick up the preserved head out of protest for it not being a book. And I don't know what's up with the lighting right now. Because it's not supposed to be... Oh, it stopped doing it. Okay. Not supposed to be so shiny in the in-between. Yes, our normal attack is faster. And we only get a Nef rune from that. But we should get a big pile of crap from there because we're on players 8. Ta-da! Congratulations. And we are now level 16. I don't think we've unlocked anything new with that. No, we prefer the magic find. Amulet's not bad for a starter amulet, though. Oh, they're all here to congratulate me on murdering someone who bathes in blood. Cool. We don't wanna. We're not gonna talk about what we saw down there. Just leave me alone. So, you.
Good evening.
Do I need more scrolls? Yes. I always need more scrolls because I'm always forgetting to purchase them. Yeah, that takes out half our mana, but we do get 4 per kill from our lovely Death Spade. It isn't even a freaking spade. It is an axe. Spades are shovels. Don't be resurrecting people. And yeah, I heard it proc just then, the blind, but it gave us the explodey instead. So maybe they are same tier, so it's just last applied override? distinct possibility. Now, do I think I have... I don't think I actually have time to go and do Indariel. We're going to definitely get the next waypoint, though. But yeah, if anyone is planning on streaming this, holler at me. And I will gladly try to schedule a time where I can go with you through it and we can cheese everything in the world. Of course, I don't have any items online now. Because like I said before, I really do give away everything at the end of a ladder season when I participate. There is no point in me keeping it. Because I generally prefer playing solo self-found. Just pushing my way through like that. We did not repair our axe. Thankfully, we have 2 sets of equipped. This is the like big downside of a physical attack character. Repairing all your shit. That's why I almost always just go straight for like a phase blade. Because I do not feel like wasting time at Charcy. And I only have to repair my armor once in like a blue moon. Where have I been? I accidentally picked that up. I've been picking up trash. Okay, we're gonna get that. Block rate 14, block rate 24. Not great, not terrible. We are gonna need some attack rating boost. We're gonna need some dex. As you get higher level, it becomes less important. You can just respec back out of it, but being able to hit early on, especially whenever you're doing solo, is kind of a big deal. Oh, we just broke our weapon. Oops. Get punched, bitch. Can we actually enchant? Nope.
Impossible.
We can't enchant our fist. Cannot hex our hand. We cannot have the cursed fingies. That's a sadness. We could probably figure out a way to kind of exploit it by hexing the offhand weapon. Now, 1 more level and we get armor, 3 more levels and we get our next weapon. We're not going to really see a weapon upgrade for a while. It is unfortunate. Oh yeah, blurb. I'm pretty sure this is... I think it's up left. Yes, these do have a specific spawn pattern. For those of you that are curious, so... It's just I have forgotten a lot of them. As in, specific spawn pattern as depending on how that central thing is, determines how the side door is. My fist, your face, a match made in heaven. Oh, made in beloved enmity. In we go. And I dub thee Sir Dead. Same for you. 3 hits to kill these guys? You. Yeah, you handle them. I'm gonna go for the next door. Hello, Skelly Bros. That one actually hurt quite a bit, probably because it's extra strong. But it was also extra XP. Wow, more extra strongs. Probably, it's not the most dangerous thing in normal, but definitely something that is haunting me. Is that going to be good? Not really. More dexterity. We can go get a... we're going to just dump into that. Go get our armor now, though. And I think, since we're getting our armor, I think we're going to kill Andariel on Wednesday. Because I have stuff I have to get done, and if I go after Andariel now, I'm going to be putting myself way behind on that. So, let's see if we can raid somebody. We're not exactly, like, super neck deep in people still on, but we'll see. Into the Twitch. And we will see who we got. We have... That'd be why half the people watching are now streaming. Haha! Okay, so I have not raided... yeah, I'll let them just relax. That would probably not be a good person to raid in right now. I will raid on Locke. Thank you all for joining in, and I will see you guys tomorrow with Baldur's Gate 2, and we'll be back with more Diablo 2 on Wednesday. Like I said, we're going to be doing about 2 weeks of this. So, keep gaming, have fun, peace out. Bye! Twitch is still broken on your end? No! Sorry to hear that. Hopefully it fixes itself. Usually does.